Ladies and gentlemen, our program will begin in 5 minutes. Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Our program is about to begin.
Okay, good morning. Did everyone have fun last night? Did- I, I think I've been told the video is amazing, and we will hope to share it with everyone as soon as possible. Hopefully everyone will get behind it. Alex and I worked out at 6:30 this morning, which was a little tough, but you know, it's going to be great, and we really appreciate you guys all being here, taking part in those types of things, and really, that's what makes this different, right? Everyone here really is part of this, right? We're not again up here just telling you things that you don't know. You're part of the conversation. You're part of the creative, you know, flow of what's happening here. So thanks again. I do want to thank, before we go any further, all of our partners, because again, David and I have talked about them throughout, and we do specifically call them partners, not sponsors, just because we do work so closely with them, understand them, and really believe in these partnerships. So hopefully all of you received, if you're staying in the hotel, your gift bag. If not, check in with registration. We have them there. And there's some great things in there. And one thing in particular, just because, is your own robots. And you know, we heard UiPath talk about software robots. Everyone gets a little packet of pre-configured robots that they could use for themselves. Simple things that we all do and forget that we could help a virtual robot do. Everything from, I think the fantasy football one's in there, but I like the first one, reliable friend. So if you need a reliable friend, it will actually monitor Facebook and your friends who are having birthdays. You could pre-program in advance what you want to post on their wall. So if you're a forgetful person and you want your robot to do that for you, it's in there. So I encourage you to take a look at that. It's a great swell bottle from Ericsson, from EY, one of those tiles. So for all of us who forget our stuff, the stuff that we've been finding in the ballroom each night, that we have to find out whose it is, put a tile on it, and you'll remember it. Micron is sending kids to AI camp on behalf of everyone here. Standard Industries planting trees. So we really appreciate the support of all our partners. Some of you took part in the J&J workouts each morning, and the energy moments. We'll be doing another one of those in a little while. Again, just trying to think anything else. May 14th and 15th. May 14th and 15th, we will be back in New York for a 2-day, Techonomy event. You'll all get an email about it, but we encourage you to stay part of the conversation, part of everything we're doing. David and I will be at CES, Davos, Mobile World Congress, South by. So we hope to see you, throughout the next couple months before our next big event. I guess without further ado, we'll bring David up and enjoy the rest of the morning.
Thank you, Josh. So it's just been really gratifying how everybody's been responding to this conference this year. We just had a wonderful breakfast conversation about how tech can really lead to responsible growth by sort of rethinking the role of business. This morning, we're going to start with a really interesting discussion with Jean-Marc Paillol of Allianz. Then we're going to hear Mary Lou Jepson talk about seeing inside the body. I'll be up here with Liz Schuler, who's the Secretary-Treasurer of the AFL-CIO, who's got a lot of thoughts about a tech-driven economy and the labor movement. We're going to hear about water, talent in Africa from Mandela, a bunch of really cool little companies we're going to present to you briefly. Then we're going to hear about design, cyberpunk couture, and I'm telling you that's going to be extremely interesting. Rodney Brooks is going to talk about AI and robotics, and we're going to end with a fairly in-depth conversation about Facebook with some of the people who know it best. So just to go right into it, let's get Jean-Marc Paillol out here from Allianz and begin a conversation. Thank you, Jean-Marc.
Thank you, David.
Thank you so much for being here. Now, your title is Head of Global Market Management, but really your job is, you're really a very senior person doing marketing and thinking the strategy of the business.
That's right.
And Allianz is the world's largest insurer. And in that capacity, you have a distinct lens on what's happening in the world. And I wanted to ask you to start, because I was so struck the first time we met. If you would just talk about what you see happening in the world and why it's different now, and what could we expect to happen coming soon?
It's a great question. What we see is quite simple. In fact, we are facing now what I call a knowledge revolution and an industrial revolution at the same time. I think it's the first time in the history of humanity that we live, and we have to live in this specific world. Everything is changing. The access to the information, it's not here that I have to say that, but the access to the information is global. The people, and especially the new generation, are living in a global village. I don't know if you have read the book Sapiens from Harari, but it's exactly like that. They share the same culture, they eat the same things, they talk the same language, all of them speak English. So it's easy for them to live in this global village. So there is a global change, a structural change in society, and at the same time, there are huge disruptions linked to technological innovations. We have drones in the sky, and we have more and more drones in the sky. We have new mobility, new ways to produce energy, new way to manage the grids, new way to move in the city, electric vehicles, of course, autonomous vehicles, all the type of vehicles. We have robotic, we have AI, we have all the prevention devices and tools we can find on the market now. And I think that because of that, we have a huge shift in the society and a change which will be enormous in the next years. So I don't know what will be the next years, but what I'm sure that we will face a huge disruption which will have impact on everything, on our current day-to-day life, on our job, on our business, on everything. And as an insurer, we have to be involved in that, because we are the main role of an insurer is not to sell insurance product. Everybody think that an insurance company is there to sell a car insurance, a home insurance, a health insurance, or life insurance. It's not a job. We are here to accompany, to enable the change, to accompany the people there. This is our job. We were built by people.
Your job is to enable the change.
Absolutely. We were built by people who wanted to cross the sea with ships. The safest place for a ship is a harbor, but it's not what the ship is built for. And without an insurer, you cannot cross the sea. You're obliged to be covered for that. So our role as an insurer is to enable this change. So when you have all this change, our responsibility is to understand what will be the impact of this change, what will be the new risk for these companies, for all these people who decide to change the world, and to accompany that, to enable that, and at the end of the day, sometimes to facilitate and accelerate that. Because we have a direct impact on regulation. I have a very interesting example with scooters. We discussed many times together.
Yes, I'm very skeptical.
About
I'm sure
scooters.
I expressed that to you too.
And it's very interesting because in the United States, you have already scooters everywhere in the streets, in the main cities. But in France, it's really major. Because in France, it's quite, the traffic is even worse than in US. And these scooters have a great success. And the problem now they have is that the mayor of the city have decided, some of them have decided to stop the service because it's too risky. So what did they do? They asked the insurer, and by the way, we are the insurer, they asked the insurer to work with them to change the regulation. So because we have the notion of risk, because we know what will be the impact, we can be an actor, a real actor of all this change by co-shaping the regulation with the mayor of the city or with the government.
Well, since you are the ones that have to assess the risk, you almost become part of the governing process.
Yes,
then.
absolutely.
So you are, your client in that scenario in France is the government or the scooter companies, or does the government run the scooter companies? How does that work?
I think it's what I call a technosystem. It's not an ecosystem anymore because it's based on technology. It's a technosystem. And in fact, you have all the stakeholders working together. And because we are a sort of trustful company, when I say a sort, we appear as a trustful company because we are an insurer. Our interest is to decrease, at the same time, to decrease the risk and to increase the premium, which means that the more scooters we have on the street, the more happy we are. But the less claims we have on the street, the more happy we are as well. So we are the only one to be like that. So the city wants to decrease the risk, and the company wants to increase the revenues, and we are in between. So we have the best position to discuss with all of them and to make it possible. It's what happened in Germany also with drones. One drone fell down on a car. It was a great crash, and one people died because of that. So the government say, in this case, it was the government says, they say we have to cover this risk because the guy who is piloting the drone, he is not covered. He has no liability coverage. So they ask us to work with them, and we have shaped the regulation again. And in Germany, you're obliged to have an insurance when you take a drone from 250 grams to 5 kilos. It's mandatory now. And we were part of that, and we insure these drones. So we have a double interest in that.
What interested me, especially when you were talking this way the first time we met, and I've mentioned several times during the course of this conference that one of the things that we're most sort of trying to figure out is what is the respective role of business and government in progress in a technologized age, right? So what you're doing really is an example of the balance of power shifting more toward business. Because if insurance won't be present, these systems will not be deployed.
Absolutely. You have no autonomous drone in the sky in the future. When I say in the future, in the next months, you have no autonomous drone in the sky for public transportation without an insurance. It will be forbidden. We are really a facilitator, so we have to work with all the stakeholders to manage that and to create the conditions to make it possible. It's the case for drones. It's the case for the small Kiwi bot in San Francisco, which are on the street delivering meals in Stanford and Berkeley. Without an insurance, the city will never have accepted to have these small robots on the street.
And you are the largest in your industry, and it's a big industry, so you're very large. But it seems like you have a more coherent way of thinking about this than most of the other insurance companies that I've had a dialogue with. What explains that? Well, how did Allianz come to sort of decide that it needed to play such a central role in tech-based transformation? Because clearly that's your entire message here.
Yeah, I think it's what we do. So, in fact, I will be very humble. We didn't decide. We understood that we had to do that. The starting point of this journey was the idea to change our strategy, to communicate and to increase the brand. And it was a very French way to do it because you know, when I told you one time.
You're French, the company is German, of course.
Yeah, but when the CEO called me 3 years and a half ago to ask me to join him and to take marketing, communication, brand, distribution and innovation, I said, why do you want me? I speak English like a Spanish cow. I'm married 3 times, and I have children everywhere. So I'm not right. I'm French. And he told me, yes, you are typically French. And I say, yes, I'm typically French. It's exactly what I need. I want to do revolution. And it's really what he told me. I want to do revolution in the company. And he told me, if we don't disrupt ourselves, which doesn't mean that we don't have to optimize and transform our current business, because we need to make profit. If we are not able at the same time to find a solution to disrupt ourselves, we will die. The best example is IBM. IBM changed from hardware to software, from software to services, from services to artificial intelligence. They have this capacity to change themselves, not to die. So this is the original point is this one. And after that, because we are German, we are very cautious with the budget. So a very small budget. And I have to fight to keep my budget. So when you have small budget and a great ambition, you need to be smart. So it's a French way, in France we always say when you have no petrol and a lot of ambition, you have to find solutions and be smart. So we were obliged to think about that, and we decided to move all our communication strategy from the traditional way, with all the traditional channels and so on the pure direct channel, and we have stopped any communication except on the digital channel. And because of that, we are obliged to try to understand what these people wanted to have. What sort of content they wanted to have. And so we worked a lot on to understand the market globally, and we invest a lot to understand the market globally. And what we have understood is that you have a great shift in between the people below 20 years old or 18 years old and the people above. And the people below see the world in a completely different way. And this is why.
Another thing that happened even before this is that your company and your entire industry took the issue of climate change more seriously than generally governments took it. Because you guys have more or less accepted it as real for a long time, and you've done a lot to try to adapt to that reality. Just quickly talk about that, and then I want to talk a bit about France, because I know France is also very advanced in thinking about that. So quickly tell me that.
It's very simple. We use artificial intelligence since years to measure the potential claims. Again, our profit is based on our capacity to decrease or to manage the claims. And that's why we have invested since years now on artificial intelligence to understand the risk of flood, the risk of fire. And we are now providing the government or the cities with information, because we are much more advanced. We have all the claims data since years. And because of that, we are able to work on that. So we have done that for flood, we have done that for fire. We are able to say to a mayor that in this specific place, in this part of the city, they have to be very cautious if they accept to have a new building and so on. So we work on that since years, because it's a central part of our business, of our job, and we work for the future. Based on that, we are working with Intel, for example, to create new solutions based on drones images or satellite images to prevent claims in plants, in factories, for planes, and so on.
But have you been involved at all in trying to prevent climate change per se? In other words, every country except the US, more or less, accepts that it's real, it's a big global challenge, we have to come together and solve it. Is one of the reasons that happened because the insurance industry, among others, especially the insurance industry, has been saying, if you don't, everything's going to cost more?
No, I think our role is not to. We don't have a political role. This is my opinion.
That's not what I meant, but go on.
We don't have to push. It's what I understood. Sorry, we don't have to push the change. We have to accompany the change, and we have to facilitate it again. So when you have a need coming from the field, coming from the market, we have to understand it immediately and to accompany it. I will not answer, but this is something I have in mind and I want to say. Everything we are talking about and everything you are talking about here exists since years. When we are talking about 3D printers, the first 3D printers was launched 40 years ago. when we are talking about artificial intelligence was really created by Big Blue more than 20 years ago. When we are talking about all these new things we are talking about, they were created years ago. And why is it so important now? Because now they are ready to go to the market. They are mature enough to be bought by the people, and they are mature enough to change really our behaviors and our needs. And I think it's the same for the climate change. When you talk with these people below 20 years old, you are obliged to take that into account, because if you don't do it, they will fire you. That's why I think that our politicians, we have the discussion, our politicians, we have some difficulties in 10 to 15 years, but it's not the question. I think that these people, they have understood, they have embedded this change. They want to find solution. And our role, if we want to be trustful and credible for these guys in the future as an insurer, is to accompany that and to try to put our stone in to build the wall. I think that it's our role. We are not here to move, to change, to push the politicians. We are here to accompany and facilitate this change, to make the world of tomorrow. This is my opinion, but it was not perhaps your question.
No, that's fine. That's good. I want to get to the audience, but I want to ask you, you think a lot about how cities are becoming more important. You also have some surprising thoughts about the pace at which we're likely to get flying cars, human carrying drones. I don't think we've quite got the right words. Maybe flying cars are the word. Talk about that.
Yeah, I think that there is a huge shift, and this shift will be even more important in the next year in between the cities and the rest of the countries. We see that, and in between the city, by the way, and the government. The change is led by the cities. When we work with cities. 90% of time we work with the mayor, we work with the people in the city, and not with the government or not with I would say a public structure, global public structure. So, and what's interesting is to see that because the cities have the power, and by the way, 50% of the cities in the US are still watching what they can do on the climate change. It's not I think it's a real proof that what I say. Yeah. So when you see that this city, because they have the power and because they have huge problem based on traffic, based on pollution and so on, they want to invest immediately on new solutions. They want to change that in a very rapid way, in a very short term. And for example, the 50 of the biggest cities in the world have decided that in 2030, they will not have anymore any traditional thermic engine vehicles in the city.
None.
2030, it's finished. So it's in 12 years. In 12 years, it means that if you want to enter in the city, you have to take an electric vehicle. So you have many solutions. It can be your car. But
that is not something that's gotten a lot of attention in the United States, but keep going.
Yeah, but it's very important. I think that there are 2 or 3 cities in the United States who have decided that as well. They are members of this group. So this is very important. If you want to do that, you have to find solution to transport the people. If you want to find solution to transport the people, you have to find solution for new services, so public transportation. You will decrease the number of cars, the number of vehicles within the city. If you decrease the number of vehicles, you will have specific lines, perhaps. It will be easier to have specific lines for autonomous shuttle or autonomous bus, which means that we will have an acceleration. On the other side, you will need to have drones to go from one place to another and to jump above the city, which will be the case in Dubai in 2020, and which is already the case in China beginning of 2019. So we have this change. At the same time, you will have an impact on the energy provider, because you will need to provide energy to fill these vehicles, to give electricity to the vehicles. And all this change will happen in the next year and will probably accelerate. At the same time, who will take care about the countries? The rest of the countries, the villages and so on. They will still have thermic vehicles because they need that. They will not have drones in the sky. So we will see a huge change and huge shift, from my point of view, in between the mega cities who will have the power and more power, and the rest of the countries and the government.
So the difference between the cities and the rural areas will increase dramatically.
Yep. This is my opinion.
That has political implications that we won't explore now. But you do think...
But we can see that Brexit, what's happening in US, it's exactly what we say. I read a very interesting article on the Newsweek, I guess. It was the city vote against the country, the rural part. So it's the same in Brexit. Brexit, you have a war in between the big cities and the rest of the country.
Yeah,
so
everybody in
we see
London
that
voted
everywhere.
against Brexit.
Exactly. Right. The one who wants to make it to make the evolution, the other.
But your views on flying cars, I just want to quickly get to that and then go to the audience. But so you, in 5 years, 8 years, how long will it be before most of us in this room will be used to at least sometimes flying in a drone?
For sure.
How soon?
But it's already the case. When you need, what we have to understand is that when you need an insurance coverage, it means that you are ready to go to the market. Before, you don't need that.
And you're hearing people say, insure us now.
We are working already.
Yeah.
We are working already with them. We are working with EHang, we are working with Volocopter, we are working with Airbus. So you call it a drone or you call it a multicopter, whatever is the name. You have already multicopter in Sao Paulo going from one place to another. You have already drones in China flying over the river, not to take risks.
It's a pilot program.
It's
a 200
it's a
drones
pilot
in China,
program,
yeah.
and Volocopter, for the 200 drones will not be the pilot. At the moment, they have drones flying, and the 200 drones are already bought by cities and companies to fly in a real condition. So it's done in 2019 in China. And in Dubai, normally we'll have the first autonomous taxi drone solution line in 2020. And it will be Volocopter. So it's already the case. We will have drones in the sky.
And quick, another really cool thing, that you have an investment philosophy for your some of your investing, that when a company comes to you for insurance, that suggests that this startup's product is ready to go, and then you'll make an investment in them. I'll just say that, who's got a question or a comment in the audience? Okay, right here. Please get the mic here. Thank you.
Hi, Diane. I wanted to ask a question about insurance. The concept of pooled risk has always been sort of the foundation of insurance, whether it's healthcare, auto. With technology and you're more able to precisely measure risk, you're starting to get more concerns about the ability of insurers to exclude, properties, self-insurance, this whole area, even with the wildfires, the insurability of a lot of the properties now as you get climate change. So do you think is the answer that there's going to be more government intervention for mandatory insurance like flood insurance, or do you think there's a danger we'll see more places just simply can't be insured? I'm curious as to the evolution of how we insure some of these increasingly vulnerable parts of the world.
So I think it depends on the country. If you go to France, this sort of insurance is already mandatory since years. In Europe, globally, all this type of insurance are mandatory since years. That's why it's so important for us to decrease the potential claims. So again, we go from, I think that the insurance will be more and more mandatory in the future. But if we want to have that, and if we want to solve this problem of mandatory insurance, we have at the same time to better understand the claims and to be able to decrease the claims, which means that we'll have to go to prevention. And I think that the main question, which is the main answer within your question, is that the insurance business in the future will, from my point of view, evaluate in 3 ways. The first one, we will go from actuaries to statisticians and data scientists. In the past, we are working on previous data. We will have to understand the future data because we don't know what will be the risk. Again, when we talk about flood, the impact of the climate change on the home insurance, we don't have the data at the moment. So we have to find solutions to prevent, to imagine what will be the future. So we come from previous data to future data. So, and it changed a lot, the people and the job of the guys in charge of that. Second evolution, it will be from claims payment to prevention. We are totally convinced that we will go more and more and more on prevention and prevention advices for insurance. We'll make more money in the future as an insurer by preventing the claims than paying the claims and taking the margin on that. One very good example is health. We work with 2 companies, one in Canada and one in France, working on smart T-shirts, smart tissues, and smart bras. With these T-shirts and with the sensor they have inside, we measure three main things, and we can avoid 98% of the heart diseases and 95% of the strokes. So it means that if we distribute this T-shirt to our clients, we'll be able to decrease the cost of insurance. If the cost is lower, of course, it can be mandatory in this case because it's less expensive for the client. And at the same time, we'll decrease like hell the number of claims we have and the level of the claims. So we'll make the money on the T-shirt and not anymore, and of course the data crunching, and not anymore on insurance. So this is one example. I have many, many examples like that to insure factories or to insure cyber risk. And this is the third point. Cyber risk will be the insurance sector in the future, the insurance sector. It will be the main risk for autonomous vehicles. It will be the main risk for drones. It will be the main risk for home connected. It will be the main risk for all the new evolution we see. We will have to cover the hacking risk and all the other risk about data privacy and so on. So we have to understand that, and we have to move our value proposition to that. And of course, if we are able to do that, so go from claims payment to prevention, go from watching the past and understand the future, and at the same time find solution to increase the risk coverage for cyber risk, I think that the insurance company will do that, will still be there in the next year.
Wow. We've got to wrap, but that is quite an interesting way of thinking about how capitalism is evolving, in my opinion. So
this is my opinion.
Thank you so. Your opinion too?
Yes.
Thank you so much, Jean-Marc.
Thank you very much.
Really interesting stuff.
Thank you, David. Bye.
No, you know, when you have the biggest company in an industry, sometimes that's why they're the biggest. Mary Lou Jepson is a great member of the Techonomy community. I'm super pleased that she's going to be on our stage. She's done things here before, but she's got a really great presentation today from her company, Open Water. Mary Lou.
Hi. So medical imaging is used to diagnose millions of cancers, billions of cancers over the last 30 years, and many diseases in our body. Those are the medical imaging suites, the multi-million-dollar machines many of you have probably laid in. They haven't improved substantially in 3 decades. They're expensive and hard to use. And so what I'm trying to do is actually massively lower the cost and the size of medical imaging systems so that we can see inside of our bodies and brains. And I think that can have a transformative impact on our health. And the question is, like, you know, why now? How can we do it now? And I think the tools of our time are ready for this now. Big data, machine learning, and the often overlooked trillion-dollar manufacturing infrastructure of Asia, where I've lived and breathed shipping products on the hairy edge of imaging now for about 3 decades. So I'm taking all of my imaging knowledge where I've shipped all kinds of new display systems, laptops, HD TVs, projectors, virtual reality, augmented reality sets. I'm using that work, displays and camera chips, to be able to see inside of our bodies in high resolution, which sounds a little nutty, so let me explain to you a bit of how this works. But first, I'm talking about literally replacing this big iron machine with a ski hat or a bandage that can go around your body and see in higher resolution for about 1,000 times lower cost, about 1 million times smaller, and potentially 1 billion times higher resolution. So that's a lot of zeros. It's classic innovator's dilemma, and I think the manufacturing supply chain that makes our smartphones, TVs, laptops is ready to take it on because of some manufacturing process improvements that have been put in place literally in the last couple of years to enable next generation high fidelity, virtual reality, and augmented reality. And so how does this work? Can we turn down the lights a little bit? So our bodies are translucent to red light. You can see red light goes right through my hand here. Gamma rays and X-rays also go through my body. So do 2-ton magnetic fields. But guess which one's cheaper? By a lot. And so here's the thing, though. If I take this laser and point it on this table, you can see that makes a spot. But when it goes through my hand, it scatters. So we have to do something about the scattering to be able to see deep inside of our bodies at high resolution. And so what I figured out to do, oh wow, I thought you were seeing the slides I was on. I'm trying to figure out, this is our body's translucent. So we descatter the light using holography, which records actually the waves in the wavelength of light and the interference of them. And I actually spent the first 10 years of my career making holograms and actually holographic video and electroholography. To record a hologram, you need a very fine pixel size, a pixel size on the order of the wavelength of light. And that's just been enabled in the trillion-dollar manufacturing infrastructure for next generation high-fidelity VR and AR, because when you put on your VR and AR heads, the pixels look kind of chunky. So billions of dollars has been spent to enable us to record holograms in camera chips. So that's the second key. First key is our body is translucent to red light, scatters it. We can descatter the light with holography. And then the third key is leveraging ultrasonic scanning. So ultrasonic chips are now being made in every single silicon fab in the world using a process called MEMS, microelectromechanical systems, that was developed for projection displays by Texas Instruments in the 90s. So fast forward 30 years later, and we can take an ultrasonic ping and focus it down into the brain at that spot, and then bring in red light. And the light that goes through that ultrasonic focus changes color ever so slightly, just like the pitch of a police car siren changes as it speeds past you, Doppler shift. So we can then change the color of the light in a light guide plate underneath these black discs represent ultrasonic and camera chips in an array with a network of fiber optics illuminating it. But if I turn on my smartphone, you see, the light comes straight out, even though the light comes in from the side. That's called a light guide plate. That's what we do to create what's called a reference beam in a hologram. We beat two beams off of each other to get information about that ultrasonic spot where the wavelength shifted. Because we have this fine pixel structure, we can see the interference we call fringes. We couldn't see that if the pixel size was bigger. And then we decode that, much like Rosalind Franklin decoded this iconic image of X-ray diffraction for the first time to reveal the structure of DNA. It took her a long time. She didn't get credit for it, but we try. But we can now do that at 1 million times a second using double-stack camera chips, where the first layer senses the light, switches it to digital. The second layer does image processing. So we do it for the engineers in the audience. We do a 2D discrete Fourier transform super fast on that logic chip. And then we scan the next spot out. And doing this, we can scan out spot by spot the body or brain. We can go in a line, or we can go with software reconfigurable ultrasonic pings. We can change the frequency and thus the focus size. We can look at areas of interest, not totally scan the thing over and over. And you're probably thinking, what about skull? Well, light goes straight through skull. It's white, it scatters. That's real human skull. Order from skullsunlimited.com. Yeah, it goes, the speed of sound changes in skull, but we can compensate for the change in speed of sound. And there's this thing that we're really good at seeing. We can see blood, and blood is pretty important. Red light absorbs blood, and flesh scatters it, and we can see the difference. You can see the difference in this slide. And that's a really big deal, because any tumor that metastasizes steals blood from your body. And so tumors that are cancerous have 5 times the amount of blood as normal tissue. It steals the blood so it can grow and try to kill you. So you can see that, we can see that. So there's also, so using this simple system, we've been able to see in optically mimicking phantoms that we created using camera chips and lasers and ultrasonic pings to see vasculature and tumors we embedded. And we've gone further. We can see the color change blood makes, whether it's carrying oxygen or not carrying oxygen. It's actually a different color. The absorption properties change. So we use a laser with 2 colors coming out of it so we can see whether the blood's carrying oxygen or not, which is exactly what multi-million-dollar fMRI does, which is a video form of MRI that is very useful for many different forms of brain disease. So we can do that too. And we think we can see it faster than fMRI because there's a faster sub-second response. It usually takes 4 seconds to capture an fMRI scan of the brain, but we see a sub-second response optically that we're capturing. And for the first year and a half of the company, I didn't focus on product. I just wanted to know what the limits of the physics were. So we hit fMRI resolution, which is 10 cubic millimeters, then MRI resolution, which is about 1 millimeter cubic. Kept going. We got to a couple cubic microns, which is a millionth of a meter or 1,000 times finer than a millimeter, but that's in X, Y, and Z. So it's 1,000 times 1,000 times 1,000 or 1 billion times higher resolution, potentially. So that means that we can focus down to neurons themselves, non-invasively through skull and brain, as I showed live on stage at TED this year in Vancouver. And that's just mind-blowing. It was mind-blowing to us because if you couple that with work that's been using near-infrared light to both read the state of neurons and write the state of neurons, that's pretty transformative in what it can do for our ability to understand the brain with this tool that we're creating. But back to life. So I did all that with this huge lab-sized prototype because if any chip designer worth their salt has gotten thrown out of fabs in the world because they didn't ship enough products. So what you do is you jerry-rig systems and prototype with existing chips while you architect the chips that you need to reduce it. So we spent a long time doing that with lots of different big iron setups like this. And now we've architected these new components of camera chips, ultrasonic chips, and a new kind of laser that is a strobe laser, and that's necessary, or a so-called pulse laser, but it's a slow pulse. It's like a microsecond pulse, and that's because we're alive, we move. It's good to be alive, but we have to strobe it. So this is the system we have now. We're scanning rats in a small animal imaging facility in San Francisco, and we're MRIing the rats and then scanning the rats. We also get whatever's on sale at the meat market and scan that. We've recently, pork chops and chicken, and we've got some pig brain a couple weeks ago. So 10 times less. These are the recent improvements we've made in the last 6 months. And these are order of magnitude improvements that we keep going on. We're working on alpha kits for next summer, but we're waiting to freeze the architectures where we stop getting these big improvements in both signal and noise ratio, which is important. We want more signal, less noise to see deep, and lowering the amount of light needed because that has things. So I was talking around the fire with YL, who will be up here later, who had a big role in the Arab Spring, about a lot of the ethical, and a bunch of the Techonomy crew last night around one of the fires. We skipped the music, sorry, but it was lovely. And they gave me a hard time about brain-computer communication in a really way I could hear it. And the question is, do we want to be able to communicate, and what are the ethical rules on that? And what we have agreed to do is not do that until we can define what it means to be responsible there. But nonetheless, we're building systems that can see inside of our body and brain. And so just quickly, using existing MRIs, students that are thrown into MRI machines for hundreds of hours while recordings are made of their brain. This was work by Professor Jack Gallant at UC Berkeley. The computer is then able, it stopped, sorry, but usually it runs through. Hopefully, if I go back and then forward. The students, there we go. Thank you back there. The computer is able to infer a grainy image of what the students are actually thinking by getting a data store with some low accuracy. But if you up the resolution and make MRI cheaper, and it's more comfortable than putting a ski hat. In Japan, a group did this with dreams by waking up the students 3 minutes after they fell asleep and asking them what they were dreaming about to create the data store, and used machine learning backpropagation to then infer what they were dreaming when they fell asleep. The accuracy of this is, for example, this word cloud back at UC Berkeley, 5% false positive threshold on a word cloud, even the sex and violence area. So if we do develop this, we could maybe not, if we didn't wish to communicate thoughts of sex and violence to each other, we could turn that part off. And in terms of accuracy, here's a study from a decade ago. 1,000 images were double flashed, double shown to students laying in MRI machines. And with 80% accuracy, the machine learning algorithm could infer what the student was looking at or thinking of, because when you think of an image, the same area lights up in your head. And by the way, through random guess, that's 0.1%, so a really big difference. So the bet here is that massively more data, higher resolution with increased temporal response, and better algorithms, we can get to more resolution that we think can have profound impact on people that suffer from brain disease, lock-in, stroke victims, and so forth. But the really big thing, the elephant in the room, is 2/3 of humanity lacks access to medical imaging. And that's actually all of us. If you look at mammography, for example, that's screening for breast cancer for women. We know MRI is 10 times better, but we don't use it in the US for routine screening, and not a single country in the world uses it for routine screening for one reason: it's too expensive. And then you even have people, I loved how David Kirkpatrick introduced the health panel yesterday with talking about susceptibility for innovation in healthcare. And he's talking about sectors in the US, but the question is the US the most susceptible for innovation of healthcare in the world? I believe it's other countries that are more susceptible, and so we're really reaching out to them. And there's a biological basis for brain disease. 2 billion people suffer from brain disease if you add in mental disease and neurodegenerative disease, but they're not giving fMRIs, and yet they're just asked questions like, are you sleeping all the time? Have you gained weight? Do you have thoughts of suicide? If you answer yes to that and another litany of questions, you're clinically depressed. And then how's your therapy going? When you take a pill, does it change? It's subjective. I mean, I was talking to these people that try to figure out if the schizophrenics taking the meds are getting better or worse, and it's confusing. And we can see the signature of different brain disease with an fMRI scan, but we don't do that. So precision psychology could be enabled. We can also focus the ultrasound for longer than a microsecond. If we focus it for 15 seconds, we can do surgery without the knife, ablate tissue, open the blood-brain barrier, deliver microdoses of drugs, but with the right intensity at the right place. And we're working with the Focused Ultrasound Foundation on that, who's really shepherding through this for lots of different indications. FDA is rather straightforward. The predicate products to using near-infrared light and ultrasound are decades old. The safety limits well established, and we're building up our image stores, comparing our rats and then humans with MRIs. So I think this is inevitable. It's thrilling to talk to you about it here. I'd love to talk to you all about how we might be able to shape it. It's far bigger than me or my company, Open Water. Thank you.
Oops. I don't know what happened to the steps. Lucky you got good legs. Thank you, Mary Lou. Okay. From inside the brain to inside the labor movement, and inside America.
There you go.
So Liz Schuler is the Secretary-Treasurer of the AFL-CIO, and I think, as you'll find, someone who is unusually cognizant of the changes that are happening in society and how we need to think differently about the relationship between labor and management and business and society. So, Liz, first, just tell us how you at the AFL-CIO are thinking about tech-driven change and what the labor movement's role is now vis-a-vis what it may have been in past decades.
Well, I'm so excited to be here, first of all, because I've been in the audience for the last couple of days, and I've been hearing so much about all of the innovations and people kind of wringing their hands about what's going to happen to the workforce. And I have news for you. The labor movement, unions, have actually been managing fluidity and dynamic talent throughout our history. And we are, I like to say, the original platform for how to upskill folks and credential folks and make sure that there's a base of highly skilled working people in this country. So we've done this before, and we know how to do it. So I was excited to be here just for that reason, to say, hey, we have a solution, and we've been doing this since the 1800s through every industrial revolution, modernizing and evolving and adapting. So that to me is very exciting because a lot of folks feel that there's a mystery in the future, and I think if we work together and we partner and we think about working people being at the center of this change and how we can upskill folks, it's not going to be so hard to solve.
But that is clearly not understood as the dialogue proceeds in America. First of all, I don't think the dialogue in America has proceeded nearly far enough about the need for retraining, reskilling, redesigning the education system.
Right.
But how can we change the terms so that this discussion is broader, so that business and government and the labor movement do work together, which seems like what you're saying would be desirable and possible, but is it happening now, and how do we get there?
It's not happening, and in fact, in other countries, it's part of their system. Germany, a lot of folks point to Germany as a success story of, and the system they have there is tripartite. They have government, they have business, they have labor, all working together to solve these problems, and having the voice of the working people who are, on the front lines of the workplace is extremely important. They get that. We don't have that system here in the United States. We're working in silos. I hate to use an overused term, but essentially everyone's, kind of in their own corners trying to figure things out. There's less collaboration than we find in other places. And so I think that is the ideal way to solve problems, and the labor movement is poised and ready to do that. And we have done it. And in fact, I was going to say, in so many instances in sectors across the economy, if you think about the entertainment industry, Hollywood, right? These are all union members. They work on a project basis. They have a movie, and it's a gig, if you will. But they have a way for the employers to come together across an industry and develop a system with the union in partnership to provide stable health care, retirement security. Even when the gig ends, they're still, the workforce is still able to access decent wages and health care and retirement security because everyone works together.
But what's a pathway by which we might get toward a system where the labor movement and business working together could bring that kind of system to more people?
Well, that is the trick, and unfortunately, most people know the labor movement has been shrinking steadily, primarily because of the labor laws in the country make it nearly impossible to form a union. A lot of fear, people get fired, if they raise their voice in the workplace, it's a risk. So in order to expand access to more people where there aren't unions, we need to figure out a way to capture the notion of leveraging the scale that unions have, for example. I use retirement security as a prime example where, have a huge pension system here in California. How can we actually open the doors to that to make it more accessible to folks who aren't in a union and be able to invest and capitalize on the leverage that a big pension system provides for their own retirement security, for example. But there are examples of like that across the labor movement where that's all workers want is opportunity to make a decent wage, to train and upskill their credentials, to have access to benefits. So we need to actually be thinking about, in the labor movement, modernizing and working with others to open the doors.
Well, one interesting thing that happened in the last few years is the $15 an hour as a minimum living, it's still very low, but minimum living wage, was really something that came out of the labor movement and has now pretty much been accepted as a reasonable floor, but that you didn't get paid any dues for that. In other words, is there a role that the labor movement, the AFL-CIO in particular, could play more broadly than it has in the past as sort of a national spokesperson, an organization, maybe a membership or some kind of civic organization that is a more broader advocacy organization on top of the work you do negotiating contracts with employers?
Absolutely. I think, as I said, we have We know how to work with stable employers where work is constant, and we know how to work in these dynamic industries where work is fluid. And this fight for 15, as it was called, when it first got started, I think people thought they're crazy. You know, $15 an hour, really? And as you said, it's now kind of accepted. Oh, and you know, Jeff Bezos is saying, yes, of course, you know, we need to pay a decent wage. That was not without kicking and screaming. I think, you know, for years, people have been out in the streets and raising their voices and trying to push for that change. So it doesn't just happen voluntarily, is kind of how we look at it. But I think, you know, again, the labor movement has been there, you know, for decades, thinking about how we provide decent opportunity for employment so that you can get a pathway to the middle class, feed your family, make sure that, again, inequality isn't increasing. And I think that is one big concern with technology creeping in, right? We have all these advancements coming, but we don't have the policies in place to make sure that those efficiencies, those productivity gains are actually reinvested into people, the actual people that are still on the planet that are going to be using these technologies.
But so the labor movement is and can become more of a articulating entity, advocate for that sort of way of looking at the world?
Well, hopefully we, again, we've adapted over the course of all of the other industrial revolutions, thinking about how worker voice and collective action looks when the economy changes. And yes, we are at that moment where we have to look at ourselves.
Well, there's a promising set of developments separately that I think are worth mentioning. I mean, I'm a baby boomer. I was a proud union member and activist in the Newspaper Guild, unit chairperson. And I mean, but my generation generally was not very friendly to the labor movement. I think the labor movement, we didn't generally support labor in our work. However, it seems like the young people today have a much less negative view about the idea of organizing for benefit. And if you look at the astonishing developments that have happened in digital media in New York in particular, all these shops, you know, that are digital news organizations comprised entirely of millennials and very young people are organizing and joining unions. At the same time, you have these walkouts at Google and employee protests at Amazon, Microsoft. There's a kind of a, again, the technology industry under a microscope, but serving as an example that there's a change in the psychology of a certain number of workers in this country of speaking up. So what does that mean for you?
I think it's exciting. First of all, when I saw the Google walkout, I said, this is like the wildcat strike of the 20s, right? Where workers kind of stood up and they said, enough's enough. And if it was on sexual harassment, you know, if it's on wages, whatever the case may be, workers are rising up in this country. And the teachers we saw who were sick of going to their classrooms in West Virginia and paying for supplies out of their pockets.
Even better example, really,
You see the Me Too movement. I mean, it's an exciting time. And I think that young people today have seen what the economy has done to their parents, where their parents have lost their pensions and, you know, have had to go back to work after they've retired, and that even democracy isn't working. You know, the Harvard study that came out, I think late last year, about young people today think democracy is actually harmful. I mean, it was bordered, what, 35%, I want to say. So that is troubling, right?
That's troubling.
They see this economy not working for them. So they innately, in their generation, I would say, if I can stereotype, see the benefit of collaboration and coming together for power. And so that translates very easily to the union movement. It will look different, though, right? It won't be the traditional model that we've seen where you work for one employer for 30 years and the union office is right there next to the plant. It's going to be more distributed. It's going to be perhaps virtual. We're going to use new technological tools to harness that power.
Are you seeing that in your membership yet, or is there an uptick? What's the state of play?
Well, I think that we're at a moment where the labor movement is either going to grow exponentially or continue to die a slow death and perhaps be reinvented. But I think what I'm seeing out there, what I was saying about the uprisings, is that people are they've had enough of the way the economy is broken. They see inequality growing. They see stagnant wages for the last 30 years. And the only way that they can fight back is to figure out ways to come together collectively. And in this country, we're so conditioned to think about us as individuals and, the whole pull yourself up by your bootstraps kind of mentality, which is, of course, important. But at the same time, we can't do everything on our own, right? We do have to come together, and I think Silicon Valley is a great example of that, working in teams and innovating in groups. And I think the same is the case for workers in the workplace.
Yeah, actually, this whole American thing of the heroic individual may be something that is changing, that there is more of a sense of something collective, and the internet probably has a lot to do with that. But I want to hear what people in the audience have to say. I'm sure there's interesting questions or comments.
While we're waiting for a question, I want to say in terms of upskilling, to me that is a prime example of how more and more burden has been shifted to the individual.
Yeah.
We used to have systems in our country where our education systems were, the government took more responsibility, or employers took responsibility for training and upskilling people. And now we're seeing individuals at great cost to themselves going down these paths where they're investing, tons of money in these programs, and then they don't have a job at the end of the program, and they're in debt. And I think it's on average $30,000 in debt is what most people are carrying now.
Yeah, that's got to change.
Yeah.
Okay, who's got something to add to this discussion? Over here. Okay.
Yeah, hi, Dan Elron, Accenture. Have you seen any interesting models where employers and unions get together to promote training so the training is portable and the employer doesn't risk losing their whole investment if the employee leaves? Some kind of collaborative system for that?
Absolutely.
Thanks. Good question.
Yes, and in fact, I want to lift up Kaiser Permanente, first of all, for their labor management partnership. It's an over 20-year partnership where they have an incredibly sophisticated system where at every level of the company, they have what they call unit-based teams, where in the hospital, it's from the surgeon or the doctor, all the way through the system of nurses and even transportation professionals, where they meet and discuss the most efficient way to execute their day. So every morning they'll have a team meeting. And I remember once a nurse was saying, I'm the one that's transporting the patient after they have their procedure, because Kaiser wants the experience to be such a good experience that it's like, you stick with the patient throughout the whole process. And in fact, it is so much cheaper to be able to get me back on the floor and have someone else move that person, to exit the system than it is for a nurse who could be actually on the floor providing care to another patient. So that's an example of a really sophisticated partnership.
I mean, they figured a way to change that as a result?
Yes, they did. And it was all based on the worker feedback because, you have the frontline folks who are in the workplace seeing exactly what's going on, and management really not knowing how to create those efficiencies. And it saved millions, right? And provided better care and better outcomes for patients. Another industry that's really a great example of the way we collaborate in terms of training, I would say, is more stereotypical, but the construction industry. Which I think, again, is the original kind of Uber platform, right, for transactions, where employers knew that in an industry like construction, they're going to need a steady base of talent, no matter which employer you are. And so if you need an electrician, you know that you can go to the labor management partnership, that the union will train that electrician to the highest standards, and that any contractor in the country can draw on that talent pool. And all the while, they're paying into a system where the worker and the employer pay in for the training and also for their retirement and health care. So it's portable benefits, 1.0, right?
And that's the union you came out of, in fact.
Right, that's right, yeah.
Okay, over here.
Yeah, John Madison, Kaiser Permanente. I wanted to ask an unrelated question, and that is, the Institute for the Future has advocated what they call asset equality, and they refer to the Scandinavian countries in particular, where the base of free resources, education, healthcare, and so forth, is such that there's much more fluidity in retraining and so forth. Do you see the future being more state-sponsored or more employer-sponsored or some combination? How do you see in our culture approaching the kind of floor that's established in asset equality that enables social mobility, such as the Scandinavian countries?
Wow, that's an interesting question, and I think we're all kind of studying the other models overseas, right? Because they do have such a high quality of life in the Nordic countries, and there's been a lot of talk about universal basic income and what that could portend for the future, and I know there's some experiments going on with that, but I think we believe that really, for the most part, people want to work, they want to have a decent job, they want to have opportunity, and the respect and the dignity that comes with work is worth investing in. And if you think about the opportunities we have now to determine the policies and the underpinnings of when, in fact, technology does take off and automation and robotics and artificial intelligence do start to displace people, we have a responsibility as a society to reinvest some of the profits that we're seeing come out of that increased productivity back into our society. And so, I think if we don't make the right choices now, that dystopic future that people keep worrying about could indeed happen.
Okay, on making the right choices now, when we talked on the phone the other day, you were about to get on a plane to go down and campaign for Stacey Abrams. Mm-hmm. The AFL-CIO has made a major commitment to Democratic Party candidates in this recent election. There's been a huge gain. How does that change things? Do you require the Democratic Party to have more influence in American society for you to achieve the results you want? And are you more optimistic because of this election that just happened?
Well, I think I want to clarify that we are politically independent, right? It just so happens that the issues we care about, making a decent future for working people and all that, members of Congress vote on, their voting records end up aligning more with the Democratic Party.
So some Republican candidates you do support?
Yes,
yeah.
So we are bipartisan. And I will say that a lot of the attacks that the labor movement have faced come from that stereotype of that if you kill labor, then you kill the Democratic Party, right? So on the Republican side, there's been this anti-labor trend all across the country. But we were excited to see working family candidates elected all across the country, and I will say that we had over 900 union members actually run for office and win. Or thousands ran, but 900 won.
At all levels
at all levels of government, and we have a U.S. senator that's a union member.
Who is that?
Jackie Rosen from Nevada.
Wow.
Was a culinary worker. We have 18 members of Congress, 2 governors. And so that was sort of our answer to this, is if you don't like what you're seeing, get off the sidelines and run for office.
Is that new to have that many elected officials come from the labor movement?
It's a big surge, and you've seen it with women candidates, post-Me Too movement and the Women's March flooding, into the arena, and so union members as well.
So we need political change, though, to set the groundwork for a lot of the changes you want to see, I assume.
Yes, absolutely, and I would say having working people in those positions of power will help us change the rules of the economy and make it easier, we hope, for workers to be coming together, like you said, in new media and other places as the economy grows and changes, figuring out what that modern labor movement looks like.
Well, like I've said several times, inclusion is one of the themes of this conference,
Absolutely.
and it's a clear example of how that can work and should work, and that's why we're so glad to include you in our program and in our video that we will distribute after the fact, and want you to keep your good work going.
And I want to offer a challenge to folks here that the labor movement is ready and willing to partner at any time, anywhere, to think creatively and innovatively of how we upskill the workforce of the future and make sure that people still have access to good jobs. And I want to thank the folks who are working here, I think backstage, and the folks, serving your food and cleaning your rooms and the firefighters who are out literally, in danger as we speak, valuing that work and seeing that work as you go through this technological shift.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks so much, Liz.
Appreciate
Oops.
it.
You got it? Okay, so, yeah, I thought we had stairs over there. But anyway, Carl Ganter, who's going to come on next, I'll let him introduce himself in detail, but he is a huge advocate for water improvement and the idea that water is a critical resource for humanity and what that means and how we can think about it more intelligently. So, Carl, tell us about that.
Great. Well, how many people here feel hydrated? Everybody have enough water today? Oh, I hope so. Awesome, great. Well, I'm Carl Ganter, and thanks, David, for getting us all together here. I'm a journalist and photographer, and Circle of Blue, what we do is we activate the superheroes, quite literally, and we're covering what we believe is the biggest story on the planet. And I wanted to start with this quote from Sunday. We need to align intention with attention. That was Justin Rosenstein. And so I'd like to draw your attention, please, to our little blue planet, our water planet. And so a good friend is an astronaut, Jerry Linenger. And Jerry spent 4 months in Mir, which was basically held together with duct tape and baling wire. And he called it, his epiphany was, it's a closed ecosystem. Only so many sources of life-sustaining water, and all the creatures of Earth, just like the three of us circling it, all dependent on water. So he was in his closed ecosystem. He had to make his water from sweat and urine in space. So talk about a circular economy. So anyway, the global goals, we heard about this earlier. This is what these pins are, the Sustainable Development Goals. Water is one of 17 of the goals, and I would argue that water runs through all of them. So clean water and sanitation, zero hunger, gender equality, sorry, it's a little hard to see up there, and responsible consumption and production, pretty much everything, sustainable cities, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, of course, affordable and clean energy. We'll touch on that in just a minute. And number 7, we also talked about earlier, collaboration, which is a real reason why a lot of us are here. But then back to Jerry's orbit, not to scale. Houston, we have a problem. So our blue planet is thirsty. And the World Economic Forum, its Global Risk Report, which comes out every year, water's been scooting up on the list. So yes, indeed, we are relevant, because most of us are mostly made of water. Water crises is the #1 most profound risk facing the planet, according to pretty much every expert on the planet. It's even above failure of climate change mitigation and adaptation, and these other exciting ones like profound social instability. Water crises, and we did get that I changed to an E, so it's not just one crisis. This is the band of crises. This is the band, the region on the planet that we should be most worried about. Now, I won't go into detail, but look at the maps, look at our global risks. This is the confluence of groundwater depletion and also availability and pollution and contamination. So this is where it's happening. Well, also where it's happening, this is a profound number. I could really drown you with numbers, but this is 700 million people could be displaced if we don't respond to this crisis now by 2030. This is a UN number. And this is a favela in Sao Paulo that I visited where the streets are actually named for the small villages that people have moved from. And this street was named, I can't remember the village, but named from a village that was affected by severe drought. So people actually moving to the cities because of drought, and they're living in the slums. So how many people here, so on day 0 in Cape Town, right? Cape Town almost ran out of water. But how many people here are counting what other cities are on that day 0 track, day 0 candidate cities? So there's some real obvious ones here too, but there's some non-obvious ones also. So I imagine we all see ourselves in this picture. Again, a very profound challenge. But back to Jerry. So I'm a journalist, and I like to take the big picture, but then I like to get a little bit more micro on the ground. And our secret sauce at Circle of Blue in the journalism world, and I'm giving away secrets here, we use a process called IWT. That means I was there. So when Jerry showed me this picture of dust storms over Inner Mongolia blowing to Beijing and blowing all the way to Los Angeles, he saw that we're in a system. We are on this closed planet, this ecosystem. So I said, Jerry, if you dropped a golf ball out the window, where would it land? And basically defying all physics, and I'm not an astronaut, If it fell straight down, it would land here in ground zero of those dust storms, which are some of the largest coal mines on the planet. So IWT, I went there. So this is near Shilinghat, Inner Mongolia, 6 massive mines that are fueling and powering China's economy. But there's a major shift in play. It takes a lot of water to mine and process coal. So what's happening? This is Wu Yun. She's the daughter of an Inner Mongolian shepherd, and their well is going dry. The mines are draining the water, and the power plants are also draining the water to cool themselves. So now they have to drive 15 kilometers to get water for their sheep. Well, what else is happening? Well, I took my camera to the Mekong Delta, and what else is happening is you're seeing profound shifts when we talk about salinification, extraction of water, but then also salinification due to sea level rise. So what's happening here, this may be the last rice harvest in this community, in the Mekong Delta, but then what's also happening is you have the entrepreneurial spirit. Great, okay, we'll dig out our rice paddies and we'll raise brine shrimp. Perfect plan, right? Well, literally I turn around from this spot here, and there comes the sea. That's the Mekong River being the confluence of the ocean. So literally on that day, salt water had been measured 78 kilometers upstream, the furthest upstream in history. So what do we have to do? We have to really align our values, heart and soul, water, with our value. What's our water budget? What are we going to spend our water budget on? We are ideally not like this. This farmer gets free electricity and the water has no value, so he lets his pumps run 24 hours a day. So it's truly mutual assured depletion. Many parts of the world, but particularly India here, water has no value until it's gone. Well, what happens when it's gone? Well, the satellites show green rice paddies, etc. But literally, IWT, I went and the water reeked. So where's this water coming from that they're planting rice in? So literally went upstream and found the paper mills and found the tanneries and found the slaughterhouses. This is their source of water when their wells are going dry. In India, a profound challenge to the food supply and to the social structure. So they're actually praying that this wastewater will continue to flow until they can move into the city. So we're seeing these transitions around the world. So then you go outside of Bangalore, great, they're washing the beets, awesome. Except they're washing the beets in groundwater, but these are beets that have been grown with raw sewage flow because their wells have also gone dry. So India, I would say, is a massive crucible we need to be looking at and helping respond to the water crisis. So also, if you look at water, we talked about food. So when you irrigate your beets or your food supply with industrial waste and raw sewage, you end up with contaminated food supplies. So these are other little shots from around the world that we're covering. So dams, unfortunately, are being blown apart at the base of the Himalayas, water supply, energy. This is a Somali shepherd who's actually moved to Saudi Arabia in search of water for his sheep. And of course, we all know the tragedy of the Paradise Fire and the fires here in California. This was flying in the other morning. This is flying in Saturday morning. Driest, it was drought all year, basically, in Paradise. No rain. And this is what it looked like. So the world is not a click away. We talk about data, but this is the data center in Punjab. I was really careful not to wake up the servers. Right? Data joke, great. So what do we have to do? We have to align our perception, reality, and context. We're at a major confluence of data. We're at a major confluence of a way of measuring and monitoring our blue planet, a way of measuring our global risks, a way of measuring our climate change and water and interplay and the system approach here. So a company called Vector Center, which we've founded outside of Circle of Blue, is taking and aligning these pieces. We're aligning the perception, what are the farmers doing and why, and what do they believe, with the actual reality so we can monitor in better, more real time these profound challenges around the planet, because we can monitor groundwater resources, we can monitor, in a sense, the soil moisture, either from the sky or from sensors. Because pretty much every place on the planet has a water challenge of one sort or another. And like I said, India is one of these crucibles, one of the hot spots that we're watching, and I think we as a planet need to be watching and helping India tip the right way, not the wrong way. Because the data is delayed, it's oftentimes without context, And we really need to bring this together in a situational analysis to understand if our perception aligns with our reality. So the Earth is the ultimate machine learner, right? And it's learning and it is reacting. And for the most part, it's reacting badly. That's why we have these Sustainable Development Goals, to give us a guide forward and a moment forward. So back to Justin, I think I really like this quote. We need to align intention with attention. But if we flip that around, we need to focus our attention on our intention and align really our values with value, and a nod to Techonomy with our economy, because it does flow through everything. And so I'd like to challenge everyone to join us, because we really do need to design water's future. We need to use every tool of technology, every tool of behavior and social science, not just the hard sciences, but the softer sciences, and we need to design water's future. This is an initiative we'll be launching very, very soon, likely in Davos, and the reason that we're doing this is because of Wu Yan. Remember Wu Yan? Fast forward, I've been back 4 times now. The coal mines are getting closer, unfortunately, and the green grasslands are turning to sand swales. And this is on the border of India and Pakistan, and I went with these young women. It was really profound. I went with them to capture water. And truly, the UN report said when kids grow up without water, their IQs are actually lower. So they said we could lose an entire generation because of drought and water mismanagement. So I would challenge us all to design water's future so that we can save that generation. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Carl. Carl's focusing right solidly on the Sustainable Development Goals. It's one of the many reasons we like having him part of our community. And Christina Sass of Andela is working on a different part of the Sustainable Development Goals by my analysis. I'll let her explain what that is, but Christina.
Thanks, David. So yesterday in one of the sessions, it was the panel on ethics. One of the examples that was given was an engineer who built some kind of a product that could have been used to sort of create greater difference or divide, racial divide, when applied to recruiting or any number of things. And the question was asked, aren't you worried about this? And the engineer replied, like, I'm just the engineer. How this thing is used, is not my responsibility. And I just want to applaud Techonomy, because you have populated this group of people with a group of people that knows that responsible tech growth is not going to happen to us. It's not going to be legislated upon us. It's going to be because we choose to hire engineers and we choose to make decisions, hard decisions every single day to actually make it responsible. So I want to talk to you about Andela and a fleet of engineers that I certainly believe will never say, I'm just the engineer. So we're all experiencing a real crisis of talent in software development, and this is well known. Raise your hand if you have an open job for a software developer in your company or your tech team and are trying to fill it. So this is really about how global talent it's both an imperative and a huge competitive advantage. And this scarcity is one that we really haven't grappled with and wrapped our mind around enough. So there are 5 open jobs for every 1 software developer in the United States, and this is a consistent pain point of hiring managers, a top pain point. On average, it takes about 65 hours in total to hire a senior software developer and about $23,000. I feel certain a lot of you could find a lot more to do with that time and money. It is also a persistent problem. So 1.4 million jobs went unfilled, just unfilled in 2016, a huge pain point to those companies that couldn't grow, and this problem is only getting bigger. By 2020, we'll have more than 1 million jobs than graduates. The good news is software developers already want to be working in a distributed fashion. We've seen a 200% increase in about the last 10 years, and 53% of software developers say that this is their top priority. In hiring, it's a lot of the reasons why. If we're stuck in our old mentalities of must be near me, must be in the office with me, we're just hitting real barriers there. So we experience a shortage here in the United States. There's about 3 million software developers in the United States, and meanwhile, there's 21 million developers out there in the rest of the world. And while this is fairly obvious, I'm going to say it and keep saying it again and again. The fastest way to make sure that only one demographic uses your product is to have only one demographic build it. You gotta have global mindsets and people with different life experiences actually building that thing. We see a lot of VPs of engineering and CTOs that for whatever reason still believe that they're going to be able to find more senior talent than they currently have, or that the rates, the pain points to hiring them are going to change, and that they're going to be able to find even more diverse talent. And this is just like, we are not connecting the two sides of our brain. There just isn't enough of that talent anyway. So I joke around with our VPs of engineering and say, I know you believe you're going to find that basement full of like female Cameroonian developers like in your exact tech stack, and they love your product, and they're going to work for exactly your salary levels and bring all of their friends. This is not going to happen. That increase by 2020, if we took all of the computer science degree program grads in the United States or across North America and engineering degree grads, and then looked within that pool for diverse candidates, we will not even approach the quotas that companies have put out there that they're going to meet in the coming years. So if we want to really be competitive in the global talent race, we're going to have to work in a different way. So Andela, my company Andela, looked specifically at one part of the world, which is the continent of Africa. And I kind of want to retitle this slide, Everything You Know About Africa is Wrong. But just take it in, because the numbers are pretty staggering. The continent of Africa is the youngest continent on Earth by a mile. And I wanted to get these stats right, so I wrote them down, forgive me. But unlike the rest of the world's population, Africa will continue to get younger. By 2035, the working age population of Africa will surpass that of India and China. And by 2050, 1/4 of the world's population will be African. And by the end of the century, 50%, 1/2 of the world's youth will be African. So if you're not thinking about this, if you're intending to scale a company and you need huge workforces and you're intending to find more and more customers and aren't thinking about this, it's time to think about it. This continent has so much to teach us and so much unbelievable, brilliant, untapped talent. And I'll just give you my favorite example of this. Think back to the first time that you transferred money on your mobile phone. What year was it? It was exciting. You downloaded some sort of app and you're like, this is cool. I get to send this money to this person right away. So can you picture the Maasai tribe? They're sort of tall and strikingly beautiful. They wear like the red plaid. If you're a Black Panther fan in Wakanda, they're the Royal Guard, is the Maasai tribe. The Maasai tribe has been transferring money on their mobile phones since 2007. Since 2007. So Nairobi it's the birthplace of mobile money. So many of the innovations that we see coming out of there are reverse teaching us how to do this. And so we looked at this global talent shortage and said the internet is now strong enough and dependable enough that we can find absolute top global talent and share it with the rest of the world. And thus we launched Andela in 2014. Andela's mission is to advance human potential by powering today's teams and investing in tomorrow's leaders. And hold on to this idea of human potential. I'm going to come back to it at the end. So what we do is we are highly selective, not about a person's resume necessarily or their pedigree, but what we know now makes a great software developer. By nature of, for 4.5 years, monitoring and evaluate who does well once we place them on partners. So we look for a background in computer science, but also for extremely high social and emotional intelligence and grit and persistence and values alignment. And we've developed our own system for screening talent. We've had over 100,000 applications for our 1,000 software developers to date and have learned a great deal about what makes an excellent software developer. We then spend 7 months with them on in-depth training that's actually split almost 50-50 between the tech stacks that we specialize in and team skills or soft skills. I'll come back to this, but in a distributed world where you're really maximizing global talent, You have to get excellent at working in a distributed fashion, and the team skills, the people skills that we all know are important, they're disproportionately important when you work in a distributed fashion. So we focus on that and like master's level coaching for about 7 months. And then we have our developers, they go to one of our offices in Lagos, Nairobi, Kampala, and soon Kigali in Rwanda. And they work there remotely in a distributed fashion for growing companies all over the world through a vendor contract. So they are a full-time integrated employee of Andela. They remain on our payroll, but they're a full-time employee of growing tech teams. We place teams in pods and embed them, really. We do 2-week trips to really solidify the relationship at the beginning of a partner engagement, and then they work the rest of the year from one of our offices. On average, our software developers are with us for about 4 years, and then we are working with them on what their next step is to really harness all of their potential to reinvest it in their home communities. So, as I mentioned, we firmly believe that you cannot just work in the same way that you've worked and do that from a different location, and that's great distributed work. There's a whole slew of tools and services and also skill sets to be a great distributed team, and you can see some of them here. The Andelans are obsessed with 2 of these in particular, Slack and Trello. When you have a second, Google Andela, Slack, and Trello, and you'll see a rap song that our team created that's a mock of Black and Yellow, the Slack, the rap song. But anyway, we live by these tools, and they're necessary, and they are enabling a truly distributed workforce. Here's 3 things that we've learned that I just wanted to share about a really remote-first culture. One is hire for emotional intelligence. So we kind of have developed this thing that's slowly changing. There's this idea that your software developers are like moody, and they sit in a back corner, and they're strongly opinionated, and they wear big headphones. We don't think that makes a great software developer. We think a great software developer, when you show them a new feature, says, you hesitated. What did you not like? What can be better? What can be improved upon about this feature? That makes a great software developer. And you can absolutely screen for this in, while you're recruiting. You must build a culture of trust, and you can do that over video, but it does require some intentionality. There's so much in tone, there's so much that we think happens at the water cooler that you can also make happen in a virtual environment by being really specific about it and saying, hey, what does it take to build trust? When we have our first disagreement over Slack, is somebody picking up the phone to really resolve what happened there and understand different tones and things. But you have to really start with trust and build trust. And then the third one is distributed is its own skill set. And I'll just give you one example of many. When we say we train with soft skills, we do a lot of business improv. And we'll say, hey, you're about to orient to a new team in a distributed fashion. Are you prepared for that first call? Are you speaking on that call? Are you introducing yourself? If so, have you practiced? Have you set up your computer 10 minutes in advance and turn off everything else? Are you making sure you're not backlit? Are you looking into the camera as opposed to looking into the screen? And are you sure that the tools that you're using are aligned with everyone else? That level of granularity needs to be done over and over again until it is just simply habit. And if you do that, you can build a phenomenal distributed culture that allows you to maximize all of this global talent. And we truly believe and see every day that co-location does not have an impact on effectiveness. You can be extremely effective. So I've told you this great story about Andela. And I just want to, hammer home that the examples that you're seeing here at Techonomy are very real and are, coming alive. So Andela, we started in 2014. We now have over 1,300 team members in between Nigeria, Kenya, Uganda, and Rwanda. We've raised $81 million in venture capital. Our developers are placed as full-time employees at over 155 different companies like Gusto and SeatGeek and Headspace and Viacom, and they're in 55 different cities globally. And so I just want to come back at the end to this one point. We've been talking a ton about what it means to grow responsibly. And I'll just leave you with this question. What would our world be like? What would the next 5 years be like if we had an ethical technologist in every room at every major decision point to ask the question, does this advance human potential? This thing that we're deciding, this thing that we're building, this choice that we're making, does it actually advance human potential? Of course we need to make money. Of course we need to do well. But what is the actual risk? Does this decision that we're making advance human potential? And certainly we at Andela believe that while the digital revolution may have started just down the road here in Silicon Valley, its future, its inclusive future, its ethical future will be written by the people who know these problems best, by the people who want them solved best, by technologists in Lagos and Nairobi and cities across Africa. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Christina. Now we're going to have 3 short talks. The first is Jonathan Kreindler of Receptivity. And so, Jonathan, please come up and you tell us what Receptivity is.
Thanks.
Can you hear me okay? Yeah, that's better. When I was chatting with David a couple weeks ago about this talk, David said, focus on the science, because what you guys do is really, really interesting. And I'm gonna focus on the science, David, don't worry. But I've got a very short amount of time here to tell you a little bit about what we're doing. And I want to touch on our science. I want to touch on 2 themes that have been talked about today and yesterday and the day before, which is also corporate culture and socially responsible corporate culture, and also responsible technology. And I'm going to try and wrap that up. It looks like the clock says I have 2.5 minutes. I thought I had 5, so I'm going to talk really quickly. And if I'm talking too quickly, just raise your hand, and hopefully the act of raising your hand will distract you from realizing that I'm talking too quickly. Receptivity is a company. We help large organizations. What's that? You have 5. I have 5. All right, now I got 4.5. I'll slow down just a little bit. You got 4 left. All right. No pressure. So we help large corporations better understand their culture to mitigate the sort of problems and PR fiascos and corporate culture meltdowns that many large organizations have seen over the past couple of years. And we do it with a really interesting science as the basis, and we do it in a way where we believe we're being incredibly responsible with the technology. So I'm going to touch on each of those elements really, really quickly. So to start it off, the science that we use is really around NLP. It's a different form of NLP than most people are familiar with, and essentially, the way we look at language and the way we help organizations better understand their culture is by analyzing the people in their workforce and actually understanding their psychological state. And we do this in an anonymized sort of way. But essentially, when you talk and when you speak and when you communicate, you use 2 different categories of words. You use content words and you use function words. And content words are nouns and they're verbs and adjectives, and these are the things that these are the words that you intend to use. Use them very consciously. It's what traditional NLP focuses on, doing topic and theme extraction. And function words are words that you actually don't even realize you're generating. They're largely prepositions and pronouns. They're processed very, very differently in the brain. But there's 2 fascinating things about function words. One is what I just mentioned, which is you don't realize you're using them. And the other really interesting thing is that when you break them down and categorize them and analyze the way that people use them, these very interesting trends and correlations pop out, which is people in different psychological states use very, very different patterns of these categories of function words. And so essentially, when you're looking at function words just the right way, you can actually understand the psychological state at a point in time of the person who's speaking or communicating. And so what we've done is we've built the science into a platform that we're now deploying with large corporations, and we're giving them the ability to actually understand the health of their culture in a very, very granular level in real time. And so with that comes quite a bit of responsibility, right? We get asked questions all the time around, is this ethical? And is this Big Brother-like? And we can actually say no, because we've spent quite a bit of time. We actually spent 2 years building our platform, and it seems like a very, very long period of time, and with the fast rate of technology today, to build a platform like this. But the reason it took us so long is because we wouldn't do it unless we could be absolutely sure that we were respecting PII, and that we were keeping everybody safe at the end of the day. This is first and foremost for us as a company. It's part of our ethical principles. We actually publish our ethics online on our website, so if you go to receptivity.com, you can read about our ethical guidelines. It's actually interesting. It's not like boring kind of legalese. It's actually a really interesting document. And we have a very firm belief that if you are holding PII, you're putting not just yourself, but you're putting anybody whose PII is there at risk. And we take a much longer term view of this than most organizations do, because we realize that the future is a very long period of time, and any corporation or any organization that's amassing PII, they don't know where it's going to end up. They don't know where it's going to end up in 50 years, 75 years, or even 200 years. So our philosophy is that the only way to handle PII is to never touch it in the first place. So what we've done is we've built our platform in a way where we deploy a remote piece of code on-prem at our client site, and that piece of code does all the analysis of language. It turns it into these non-reversible engineer. You can't reverse engineer the output from this code, but we understand it, and we're able then to be able to analyze their workforce in a way where even if that data was hacked or leaked or whatnot, it would be completely useless to anybody but us, and it also can't be reassociated with the individuals in the organization. And so, happy to talk about this later in more detail. Don't have a lot of time to continue, but essentially we feel that we've kind of solved a number of interesting problems. And as a relatively small organization in Toronto who's actually figured out how to generate incredibly deep insights about people, like incredibly deep insights about people, without ever actually seeing their data, we think we can actually set, and we are setting a really, really interesting example for a lot of other large technology companies that are sitting on what could be very, very dangerous data over time. And so it's not a challenge, but I think we put it out there as an opportunity. We'd really like to see other organizations try and follow this lead and act in a socially responsible sort of way when it comes to handling personally identifiable information. And I don't think there really are limits to what you can do in this way. I think there's an incredible amount if you have the energy and the focus and the willingness to actually try and do things slightly differently. I think that many of the large technology organizations out there who've recently seen problems with personally identifiable information and leaks could actually solve this problem if they really, really wanted to. So thank you all very much.
Thank you so much. One of the things Jonathan didn't say is that one of the things they can do with that technology is they can identify bad managers. There's so many interesting things that can happen as a result of that kind of technology. It could be used inside Facebook. Maybe we'll discuss that later. Art Schechtman with Ultra Testing is doing something amazing for people on the autism spectrum. So tell us about it, Art.
Hello, I'm Art Schechtman. I'm co-founder of a company called Ultra Testing. We have a very simple mission at Ultra. We're working to prove that neurodiversity, including autism, can be a competitive advantage in business. Neurodiversity, for those of you that aren't aware of the term, it's a term used to describe the differences in neural processing models that all human beings have. Instead of looking at it as a disability, it just frames the differences in human neural processing as statistical deviation, and it's a difference between all of us that we embrace. In the US, there's a population of 4 million people diagnosed on the autism spectrum. Every year, 50,000 students graduate high school and enter the workforce who have a diagnosis of somewhere on the autism spectrum. It is a spectrum. At one end, it can be very severe. At another end, if you're a genius, you're in Silicon Valley and you're the CEO of unnamed tech startups. But in this population, there's an 85% under and unemployment rate. Why is that? Why do we think that is? Because if you're on the spectrum, you may actually have challenges with unscripted social interactions, interpretation of nonverbal communication. And in an interview, what do? You have to interpret nonverbal communication. You have to have unscripted social interactions. And you have to tell the recruiter why you're great. What we've found is that when you look at different attributes in the modern recruiting process, years of work experience, reference checks, unstructured interviews, which are typically what you find in a modern recruiting process, they actually have extremely low correlation to job effectiveness. We took a look at our particular challenge in employing folks on the spectrum, and we threw away all the nonsense, and we said, let's start over. Let's actually use data and math and process that we can author from scratch and be intentionally inclusive. What we found is if you have a structured interview, if you have quantitative testing for cognitive abilities, and you actually do simulated work with the people that you're going to wind up working with, it's an amazing predictor of job performance. It looks nothing like a traditional interview. What we've done at Ultra is we've reframed neurodiversity, which has been categorized historically as a disorder or a disability, and we reframe it as a different set of abilities. What types of abilities? We're talking about sustained focus, unbelievable sensitivity to pattern differences, off-the-charts logical reasoning, and perseverance. And when we have the opportunity to benchmark ourselves against neurotypical-only testing firms, we find that we're 56% better than people such as IBM. And really, any software quality testing or data quality testing firm that employs just neurotypical people, they can't compete. Neurodiversity is a true asset for us when we go to market with our service offering. We've tested for folks like the Webby Awards, who are sort of like the Oscars of web property building. We've had a lot of fun with the folks over at Slack. We test ADA requirements and disability and inclusiveness for them. We've tested for folks, I don't know if our insurance friends are in the room, but AIG, their online underwriting kind of subsidiary, Blackboard, we've helped them debug the underwriting process and the algorithms that underpin their insurance underwriting and decisioning. We've tested for Google. We've done a whole bunch of media testing. We've actually helped debug a lot of the states that you live in, the healthcare systems and the analytics that determine what is the basis of outcome-based care and which providers are better than others. What we're working to do is to shift employers' perspectives and shift the media's perspectives, shift your coworkers' perspective to think that, oh, I need to be inclusive and it's gonna tax me and it's a challenge, to something that's more of an asset and a competitive advantage. And by collaborating with your neurodiverse coworkers, you can actually achieve a competitive advantage in business. We've developed a whole set of process and tools to be inclusive, deliberately inclusive culture, and deliberately inclusive tech, communication processes, performance monitoring, and all kinds of different things that you take for granted in a modern business. I'm gonna share a few of those, but what we're hoping to do ultimately is take our learnings about neurodiversity and employment and actually open source what we've learned and challenge the rest of the world to create millions of jobs. One of our testers at one point said, I'm having a really hard time working with one of my coworkers. I really wish they had a user manual. So we invented something called the Biodex. And wouldn't this be great for all of us? Oh, that guy in accounting, I really don't get him. I just can't see eye to eye with that guy. Wouldn't it be great if he actually there was a rule book that told you how to interact with him? So that's what the Biodex does for all of our testers and all of our managers. Neurodiverse, neurotypical or neurodivergent, doesn't matter. Everyone has a user manual. I'm about to run out of time, but I will say, while 75% of our staff is on the autism spectrum, 100% of our staff believe that our differences make us better. And we have created this culture where we monitor for well-being, we monitor for communication, and we take the innate talents and attributes of everybody on our staff and align them to their core business functions. Thank you.
Thank you, Art. That's the kind of reception a company wants to get. You know, I think if you take what Mary Lou was talking about, take what Jonathan was just talking about, take what Art was just talking about, put them together, and maybe what Katie, who's coming up in a minute, talks about, you can see there's a way of thinking about how software could change society through better understanding of psychology, of the brain, of human behavior, organizational behavior, where we really could start moving towards some better stuff if we do it consciously. Anyway, I think Catherine Brandis of Riveted Labs will reinforce that message. So, Catherine, please.
Hi, I'm Catherine Brandis, and I'm here to talk about society's smartphone addiction and what my company, Riveted Labs, is doing about it. I hope you can agree with me when I say that smartphone addiction poses a serious existential threat to our mental health and safety, and maybe one of the greatest social issues of our time. In the next few minutes, I want to convince you of a couple things. One, smartphone addiction is not a problem that any one person can solve on his or her own. It's a social problem and a cultural one. And for that reason, it's best addressed at the group level, like an institution such as work and school. And my second point, giving institutions the tools to address smartphone distraction and addiction may be the best way to solve it. Okay, to begin, why is smartphone addiction an institutional problem? Because being on your iPhone takes a village. Even if you turn yours off, the social media rat race, the 24-hour news cycle, continues without you. A shiny new set of tools has appeared to help individuals address smartphone addiction, and yet They don't seem to work for most. Why is that? Because using the screen time app isn't helpful when your boss is constantly texting you questions. And grayscaling your phone for the high schooler whose friend is snapping her constantly in the next class over won't be effective. We think the missing link here is institutions like workplace and school. Institutions create social norms that drive our most basic human behaviors around how we use our phone. When is it okay to check your phone? How long can you take to respond to messages? And what information is it appropriate to share? Maybe if we gave institutions the tools to create better social norms around smartphone addiction, we can begin to tackle the problem. I want to give you an example from an institution we're all pretty familiar with, high schools. I was talking to a principal of 30 years a couple weeks ago, and he told me that 2 decades ago, a fight would break out in his schoolyard and maybe 6 kids would show up to watch. Now, powered by Snapchat, hundreds of children show up to watch, and to add insult to injury, they live stream the whole thing. Then the parents catch wind of the live stream. Now he has 40 irate voicemails from parents asking him what exactly he's going to do about it. Do you think any one civically minded child's decision to abstain from smartphone use could stop an incident like this from happening? We weren't betting on it. So my team at Riveted Labs thought, what if we gave schools the ability to measure the amount of time kids are using their phones during the school day? Better yet, what if we gave them the tools to design incentives around healthier smartphone use, like pizza parties for keeping your phone use down during the week, or using the data to inform parent-teacher conferences, or in very extreme cases, blocking the phones altogether. So we built our first product called Class Mode, and we launched it this fall in a broad spectrum of forward-thinking schools around the country. I want to show you data from 2 different schools. The first school is a large urban public school in Washington, D.C. called Eastern Senior High. Initially, we wanted to just establish a baseline of usage, like how much the kids are using their phones without intervention during the school day. The average student was using his phone an hour of class time in the school, every school day. And this is the average student. There was a non-trivial amount of students who were just watching Hulu on their phones the entire school day. So we gave the school the ability to give students a budget of 20 minutes to use their phone during the school day, after which their phones would be blocked, meaning their smartphone becomes a dumb phone, no apps, only voice calls. As you can see, by simply blocking the phones, we were able to reduce usage by, on average, under 20 minutes a day. Of course, this was met with great resistance from the students and a messiah-like adulation from parents and teachers. The second school, Orange County School of the Arts. This is a top 100 public school in the nation. We gave this school, or we made our product optional at this school, using the data to inform parent-teacher conferences and rewarding healthier smartphone behaviors with pizza and ice cream parties. As you can see, we achieved similar results just by raising awareness about usage and rewarding healthier behaviors. About a month into our, actually, let me go back, sorry. About a month into our pilot, we talked to the kids just to see how it was going. And one of the big things we kept hearing was, because all the kids were on the same system and abiding by the same smartphone rules, they felt less anxiety about checking their phones. Because if no one's able to use their phones, no one's making social media content that you'll feel FOMO about. Biologists call this herd immunity. Now let's get back to the main theme. Distraction. We see carnage whenever we mix smartphones with performance environments. I was talking to a safety engineer a couple months back, and he told me that just that week, a person on one of his work sites was hit by a garbage truck because he was looking at his phone when the garbage truck backed up. The worker barely survived. The stats show that, oops, sorry. There we go. The stats show that an employee is 400% more likely to get into an accident for the next 4 seconds after he's distracted. And the #1 cause of distraction on work sites are smartphones, contributing to billions of dollars in workers' compensation payouts a year. And yet no one worker on that work site can make it a safer, more distraction-free environment. To answer the question from the beginning another way, smartphone addiction is an institutional problem because the institution owns the consequences of inappropriate use, whether it's lower grades or an unsafe work environment. The analogy I like to use is a hospital with an infection problem. You wouldn't expect to solve an infection problem by asking one doctor to wash your hands. You need a comprehensive infection prevention system. There are huge companies like Ecolab that have emerged to help healthcare settings with infection prevention. Similarly, companies like mine can help institutions with the seemingly intractable problem of smartphone addiction by creating comprehensive solutions. As I said at the beginning, smartphone addiction is not a problem that any one person can solve on his or her own. It will take concerted changes to institutional norms. You wouldn't go to that hospital where they ask one doctor to wash your hands, but your child goes to that school, and many of us are working at that job. And by the way, your doctor is anxious to get out of her appointment with you because she probably wants to look at some tweets. A lot of people are talking about this problem, but there's been a notable absence of successful solutions. Why? Because we're not thinking about this as an institutional problem. That's what Riveted Labs is doing. Again, thank you for your time. My name is Catherine, and my company is Riveted Labs.
Nice. Thank you, Catherine. That was really, really excellent. Okay, we're going to have another energy break now, so let's get into that.
All right, I'm back. How we doing? All right. So you may remember me from yesterday, from such energy moments as paper, rock, scissors.
We're a huge part of making this a better event for me. So I just want everybody to know we do have coffee and tea and snacks in the room, so you can continue to enjoy things without leaving the room. And we're going right into our next session, which is Designing for Humans. Albert Lee of NEA will be introducing that, and I'll let him introduce his panelists. So Albert, thank you so much for being here.
Good morning. So my name's Albert Lee. I'm the design partner at NEA, the venture fund. Thrilled to be here to host what I know will be a lively and informative conversation about what goes into making products that are deeply engaging and loved by their users. More specifically, what's the balance between utilizing user data and user feedback versus pure product vision and intuition? So the experts with me today are Brian Mason, who's the CEO of Visco, a photo editing tool used by creatives everywhere. Christina Janzer, who's the Director of Research and Analytics at Slack, everyone's favorite enterprise collaboration tool. I'm sure many of you have checked in today to your Slack channels. And Susan Dibbs, who's the VP of Product and Design at Collective Health, a modern healthcare platform that partners with employers to create custom solutions. So I thought we'd maybe kick it off with you, Susan. Healthcare, from a user experience standpoint, is pretty broken, generally opaque, hard to navigate, yet it's one of those user journeys where people are the most vulnerable and, you could say most in need. And one of the things that you all at Collective do is you create these custom healthcare platforms in partnership with employers. And one of the things that I've heard a lot about is actually the employee experience. I actually hear the word love, that we love this experience, and you don't really hear that a lot in healthcare. Can you share a little bit about, you've been there since the early days, how you all identified and designed for those key moments where people really are extremely vulnerable and actually stressed? Like, how did you guys land on that experience?
Yeah, I mean, I think we've all had experiences, whether us personally or someone we love that's had, unfortunately, not so great healthcare experience, and Collective Health was really founded to actually improve that. So fundamentally, our platform and product experience is really founded on user research. And so really understanding not just what someone needs from a website, but really understanding when someone's going through chemotherapy, what is their care journey like? What are the different pain points that is actually getting in the way of care? When someone's going through a potentially stressful, but also a little bit more joyous moment where someone's pregnant, for instance, how are they getting access to maternity benefits? And so we actually do a deep understanding with user research and understand that journey across that care experience and figure out what are those key pain points that we can solve for. And what actually makes a better experience actually varies. Sometimes it's actually just getting the right data. The healthcare industry is notorious for being opaque, and just finding out the information you need to find out is actually really difficult. And sometimes it's actually writing. So how do we actually translate this gnarly healthcare jargon into something people understand? And then sometimes it's actually just a moment of delight. Like, how can we surprise someone and actually give them that special moment where we're supporting them in the care and actually have something that's either a little bit humorous or something that's actually surprisingly supportive. And so that's how we've approached designing our products.
Makes me think a little bit, there's been a lot of conversation around how writing has become a kind of key design discipline in a lot of ways. I'd just be curious, Christina or Brian, in either of your experiences at your respective companies, that sort of tonal human quality, how critical is it to the work that you all do? Take it.
Sure. It's absolutely critical. So product writing is a really important discipline within Slack. And it's the introduction that a lot of people have to the product. It's like their first, it's like the hello, and it's like this is what the product is all about, and this is sort of the tone that we want to set. And so it's become a very integral part in how we think about our entire design process and what is the tone and the voice that we want to use with all of our customers.
For us, content strategy is both long-form content, copy, and visual. As a photo company, we're very visual creators. Our content strategy team has writers as well as artists, and we have always had a very curatorial voice for content on our platform. We highlight great work, and we talk about great work, and the way in which we are supportive of our community is core to what the company was founded on.
Actually, so maybe a build on that is one of the things that's been really fascinating to me about watching VSCO evolve is that you're simultaneously both a one-on-one pro tool, photo editing, and it's a single player experience. But at the same time, you have this really vibrant community that eschews a lot of the trappings of traditional social networks. Kind of, how do you all balance the listening to your community and what it is that they need versus kind of, where you all think the product should be going?
Yeah,
what's that dialogue look like?
It's interesting, and it's evolved over the last few years. The company was started by professional photographers making tools for pros, and then the community evolved out of wanting a safe, supportive place to post that work. Instagram is great for broad distribution, but there's a lot of difficulty with public comments, public likes, and the social capital. So on VSCO, the work stands for itself. Those values where there are no public likes, no public comments, if you follow or message, that's all private, as a value statement of the work stands for itself and it's a safe place to be expressive and creative, that's become more and more attractive to this younger generation. And now we have tens of millions of users all over the world, and 75% of them are 25 or younger. So it's really moved from this very professional tool to this very young, highly creative global community.
Right. Pretty much anyone who takes photos has touched VSCO in some
And
way.
we all have great cameras in our pockets. Right.
How do you talk to them, this sort of global audience? Like, where do you go to gain those insights or have that conversation?
Yeah, so we talk to them in the app, but we listen to them by meeting with them face to face. So we've done some insight studies where we go to the cities where we have the largest number of paid users. We have a subscription model. We don't sell ads or we don't sell their data. We have a premium subscription. So we'll go to Moscow or Shanghai or London where we have high concentration and just listen and figure out what their needs are, what their sort of their truth, their desire to be creative, and make sure that we reflect that in our product. We also have a photo studio in the office and open up so we have creators in the office every day shooting.
Cool, thank you. So I might actually build on that, and Christina, bring it back to you. You sort of, you see all the research that comes into Slack, both from, we were just talking backstage, both from a qualitative and quantitative standpoint. And it sounds like you're engaging in conversations with users all the time. I'm actually also curious for you all, what is there ever a gap between what people are asking for and where user behavior is going? Like you might actually see in the analytics and in the data sets coming back versus where you all actually think that the product might need to go. Primarily because, as legend has it, Slack was an internal tool born out of actually on the hunt, building out a gaming company. And so there's DNA there that brought fun and delight into enterprise, and probably a lot of pride of ownership in a way, kind of how the products evolve. So what happens?
Yeah. So I'm happy to answer that question. If you don't mind, can I just talk about the delight thing for a second?
Do it, please.
And then I promise I'll get to your question. So I think it's always so interesting to talk about delight, especially in the context of enterprise tools. Because where does delight belong at work? Are you supposed to be delightful at work? Are you supposed to have fun at work? And I actually feel very strongly that delight has a very important place in the work context. And it's not necessarily just about having fun. I actually think that delightful tools can really improve productivity. And the example I always like to use is the emoji, right? The emoji is, maybe silly or maybe fun. But we've actually found that, so one of the big concerns that we hear from research is this sort of fear that written communication is going to be misinterpreted. And so, if I write this long note to my team, are they going to really understand what I meant? Are they going to misinterpret my tone? They're not going to see me present it face to face, so they're not going to be able to see my facial expressions or my intonation or anything like that. And we've actually found that when people use emojis in their communication, it actually reduces that miscommunication, and that actually increases productivity. So it's kind of fun to think about how delight can actually be a productive tool. But back to your original question. So I think it's really easy to think about product development as sort of this linear path where you do research, you find out what user needs are, and then you build a product, and then you test it, and then you launch it, and everything's great, and check it off the list. And I think like, you know, probably a lot of people here would know that it's more of like a cyclical process. It's like much more chaotic than that. And, you know, you do research, you iterate, you build, you find more research, you realize that you were working on the wrong thing, so you completely scrap it, you like, you know, and it's sort of like this ongoing process. And I think like in that way, thinking about how like customer feedback is just sort of part of your DNA and part of like your ongoing process versus just like a thing that you check off along the road to launch is really important. Because I think it's like really, it's like almost impossible to like fully predict how someone is going to use a product until you actually launch it. And so we do a lot of research up front. We do as much as we can to like really understand customer needs, customer pain points, opportunity areas, and we try to be as informed as possible. But at some point, you kind of just need to like take a leap and see what happens, right? And you need to launch it as like sort of the next important step of the journey. I think a lot of people will see launches as like this opportunity to sort of celebrate and move on, but I would say that the launch is actually kind of like
the beginning.
The beginning, exactly, it's the beginning, the end of the first act. And so, you know, really listening to how are people using this feature, and they're going to use it, I guarantee they're going to use it in ways you never predicted. And like those ways that they use it is like, that's like where the real needs are. And so we see these sort of like workarounds and like hacky behaviors where people are using a product completely different than what we anticipated. And like I think the key is like how do you listen and respond and iterate really quickly as like a really key part of that research cycle. And so like just, you know, kind of a simple example on Slack. This is a while ago, so we've since fixed this, but people needed a way to sort of indicate their status and what they were doing. And we saw this a lot internally at Slack, but we also saw it with our customers. And so what would happen, and I'll use myself as an example because I did this all the time, is I would actually change my name on Slack. So my first name was Christina, and then my last name would be Janzer on PTO until Monday. And so that was like the way that I would indicate to people, like, I'm out of town, don't ping me, or if you do ping me, don't expect me to respond. And that was like such a clear signal that there was a user need that we hadn't met, and people were sort of hacking the product in order to meet that need. And so I think being able to like constantly look out for those opportunities and those like pain points is really important.
Yeah, and I think what's interesting is that you can research something to death, right? I mean, there's kind of two things where you don't do any research and you have no idea who your customers are and what your users need. And then you have we're just going to do academic research, right? And that can go till kingdoms come because you can always learn more information. But there's nothing like putting something in someone's hands to actually test that. And something that we do is really have hypotheses around our products. Like we have a vision and we have experience principles to help connect people, help connect the dots. Okay, so we want to help people navigate and get care. And then you start looking at, okay, so we created this whole like get care application and we're like, well, there's lower engagement than we thought. I wonder why. And then you start tweaking it. And so for instance, we thought we had a hypothesis, we designed something, and we saw lower engagement than we thought. Then you start iterating on that based on the analytics, which I think is really interesting. And then most recently with our launch, we had, I think, about a 300% increase with engagement with it. Because you can't, to your point, just launch something and then forget about it. That's the beginning stage, right?
I mean, I love how you all are kind of pointing out to us the key needs of identifying the emotional pain points, the sort of truffles in the user journey, so to speak. I would be curious, and actually for all of you, is do you ever run into moments where what is right for the user, so to speak, kind of brushes up against what's actually good for the business, and where the two aren't necessarily completely aligned?
We do all the time. Absolutely. For sure. We have a subscription product. It's $20 a year. We crossed 1 million paid members in the first of the year. We just crossed 2 million paid members. It's growing like crazy, which tells me I could probably charge more money. And I hear from our investors, we could probably charge more money. But our mission is to help everybody fall in love with their own creativity. So keeping our tools as affordable as possible, especially given the global nature of our audience, has been a priority. And so, yes, absolutely. We're leaving money on the table to satisfy our mission.
Lovely. Yeah?
Go for it. We see this a lot as well. I think one common thing that we'll see is, when you use our free product, you sort of reach a limit in terms of like the number of messages that you can send. And so some unfortunate workarounds, which are actually bad for us, but also bad for the user, is that they'll start putting a lot of their more important messages elsewhere as a way to sort of work around that limit that we've set. And so there's got to be a better balance there, right? That enables a better user experience and also is better for us.
Yeah, I think in a challenge where we're B2B to C, so we actually sell to employers, but we kind of think of our base as the member experience, so what people are doing and how do they access care. So we've also encountered companies that maybe have a really complex benefit strategy and plan design. For instance, I don't know if any of you have ever had different benefits where you only have certain prescription coverage up into a certain point, and then you have to do mail order and something like that. When you actually look at it, it's like, well, I don't even understand that, and I work in this industry, right? So how is anyone trying to get a prescription drug going to do that? And I think what's helpful, speaking of data, is that now that we've been around for several years, we can actually say to those customers, hey, this actually isn't going to impact your bottom line. Here's what we recommend. But there is a balance between customer service of our clients as well as member service of the end user, which I think is a really interesting channel and balance. And I think using data and having also the finance guys crunch the numbers to say, okay, well, what is the actual impact of this change? Right. I think makes a big difference.
Right. Cool. This is going to be a lightning round question because I want to make sure that we have some time for Q&A. Yeah. And Susan, I might actually start with you. Is you have this really neat role where it's product and design. We don't see enough of that, I would observe. Is there such a thing as too much design in a company, where we privilege it too heavily? I would observe that all of your companies have benefited from really giving design a seat at the table, but I'd be curious.
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends what you think of as design, right? So if you have a traditional sense of design as graphic design and just kind of that end typography, then okay, well, you don't necessarily need that all the time, but I think it's all about solving problems, and I think you have to figure out, design's just another tool, right? So what do you actually need to solve that problem? And I think historically there hasn't been enough design, right? And now we're kind of going in the other direction, and I haven't yet seen a company that has too much design. I will say that where you don't want to get to is having design not have matched resources from the engine product side, so you can over-design something without really understanding the constraints. But that has to just do with resource planning.
Cool. Christina, anything in Slack?
Yeah, I mean, I think that there's definitely, I don't know if I can think of specific examples at Slack, but I definitely think that there are opportunities to like overly focus on design to the detriment of the user. And so like if there is like a real user problem that you need to solve or like a challenge that people are having, like sure you can spend like, years and years coming up with like the most like amazing, beautiful, perfect design, or you can like do something that's like maybe not perfect, but is going to solve the problem faster. And like, what's the trade-off there? And so I think design is obviously like, this is part of what I do is very important, but I think it's just one piece of the puzzle. It's also like, what is the feedback telling us? What is the research telling us? Where is the product trying to go? And I think you have to kind of like balance everything together to make the right trade-offs there.
Yeah, trade-offs and dependencies. Brian,
anything? They said it right. Okay, it's all about balance.
Perfect. So I think we've actually got 2 minutes if there are any questions from the audience. Yes. Over here. Oh, back there.
Malin Fang, People-Centered Internet. How do we do design that's actually good for communities and not just individuals?
I feel like, Brian, you might be well-suited to answer that.
That's interesting. So we spend a lot of time looking at sort of world-positive messaging, and what our community has told us is that sort of photography, videography, long-form content is how they explore their world and tell the story about their community. And so we've focused a lot of attention on giving them tools to find other like-minded creators such that they can form communities both offline and online. And again, we can focus on the world positive version of that. But ultimately, they're going to decide what to do with the tools, independent of our direction. So all we can do is guide and express some optimism.
And I think just from the research standpoint, I think one thing that we focus a lot on is not just research on individual users, but also understanding team dynamics and company culture and how that sort of might impact the way that you communicate or work together, because it's not just about how I use Slack, it's about how I use Slack with the people that I use Slack with.
In many ways, you are a community building platform within organizations. Yeah. Cool. Maybe one more question here.
So what is your, from a perspective design, following on what you guys were just talking about, do you think that sometimes the best design also has to be really ugly? I think that most Americans, don't live in San Francisco. They don't spend their life on the computer, and they love big buttons. They love busy things. Amazon, is pretty ugly. It's very usable. One of my favorite sites is Booking.com. Extremely ugly and super awesome. What is your perspective on kind of whether or not you can have a super effective site that it is something that people can really use that also is really beautiful?
I think we have time for 30 seconds.
I mean, I feel really passionately about this. So first of all, I'm a classically trained graphic designer. So there is a part of me that is pained in generally walking around life when there's bad typography, so know that. But quite frankly, it's all about what the outcome you need to drive towards. So if you need your site to be incredibly fast because you're going after a third world country, I guarantee you that the typography won't matter as much as actually getting something that people can use over their phones. And so I think about it more as, what kind of problem are you trying to solve? And some of that is with beautiful typography, and some of that is with just clear language or getting something really fast or iterating quickly. And so I think, there's that statement that you don't want perfect to be the enemy of the good. And I think that's really important, because sometimes what you need is having something very beautiful, and sometimes you need to have something that's very utilitarian and has really great usability, but maybe, the typography or the kerning's a little bit off because of, something with the technology.
Could keep going all morning.
Yeah.
But thank you all.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you, panelists.
Thank you, Albert and team. That's great. Next, Sophia Stewart who's a journalist, will be interviewing a computer scientist, fashion designer named Joshua Mudgett. So I'm very eager to see the slides and to hear what they say.
Great, it's lovely to be here. So rather excitingly, when Joshua goes to work in the morning into his design atelier, there's an AI that's waiting for him that he co-designs with. And so that's what we're going to learn about today. So I think we have this here. But rather interestingly, Joshua, you actually went to MIT, first of all, before you went to Parsons. And that's not a very usual trajectory. So explain how that happened.
Yeah, I think I always really wanted my work to have a basis in real tech and science, rather than just being aesthetically driven. I knew what I wanted to do, and I think the only real way to translate it was to first get the grounding in the science, and then move it into the fashion. And sorry, I said feedback.
A tiny echo, but keep going.
Anyway, I think it's really about. I think the question is, what is it?
But you always said to me that you kind of started with a question when you were thinking about design. But just before we get to that, did any of your professors at MIT say, Joshua, what the hell are you doing?
Yeah, I mean, right, like, I think with fashion, people are saying they don't understand the tech, and then in tech, they don't understand why are you working in fashion. And
right.
I'm always
But
like,
you understand both.
Yeah, but I think, fashion is the second most polluting industry in the world. And I think there's always and tech is what drives the world, right? I think it's, they understand each other, Right. I think when I speak to professors at Parsons and then MIT, I think they both kind of understand that I'm coming at it from a point of interest from both, from tech and fashion.
Right,
So.
and a point of, to your point, to a grounding in both as well, having studied electrical engineering and computer science at MIT, and you're still currently at Parsons, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm in my
great.
senior year there, yeah.
So should we go to your next slide to get some visuals? So I just did a cover story for Four Seasons magazine where I talked about AI and future of fashion, and oh, there you go. Are you happy? Try it now.
It's good.
Not on yet. I'll keep talking.
Okay.
There we go.
Good.
Perfect.
Yeah.
So I interviewed a lot of my former colleagues and also people that I'd worked with in Paris and various places, and I said, do you have an AI working with you? And the answer was no. And they kind of put the phone down. But you do. So let's talk about Chimera. So explain what Chimera is and how you work with your AI.
Sure. So my fashion brand, wow, there's a lot of feedback, but my fashion brand, J was kind of founded on this concept of working with science and technology to ask questions of the world. And fashion is just the best way to translate it. Chimera is a collection of different AIs and technologies that we use to...
I love it when the tech goes down.
It's always, yeah. Is it good? Am I good?
Keep going.
Okay. Yeah.
If anything, I'll just lean in. We can use my mic.
It's fine. But so it's basically a way of designing with artificial intelligence to assist fashion designers. Oh, that's much better. But yeah, I think it's really a question of what does it mean to design with artificial intelligence? And that's what it started with. And the answer was these crazy new methods of production, and
an efficient method of production too. Yes.
Yeah. It also is really good for supply chain as well because it's made to order. These are some of the collections here.
They're beautiful.
Yeah, I think they're pretty good.
And also on the slide you point out that you're using different types of textiles. Do you want to talk about that?
Sure. So this collection here was a collection where we basically asked the AI, "What is your gender?" And then we made these garments, and they are constructed with sustainable textiles developed by the J brand. This one is it's a silicone biodegradable substitute made with okra and jellyfish DNA.
The jellyfish DNA?
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah, it's a bit weird.
How did you extract jellyfish DNA? Is there a
buy it online.
You can buy it online.
Yeah,
I love that.
It's like Mary Lou's like ordering skulls online. I'm buying jellyfish DNA.
Marvelous.
Yeah,
so this is cloned leather.
So this is
vegan leather, yeah?
Yeah, it's real skin. It's real skin leather, but it's vegan as well. This is from the collection of, I asked the AI, what is your aesthetic, right? And this has 3D printed embroidery developed by the AI.
So this is literally from the mind of the AI. This is what it came up with.
Yeah, well, it's collaboration between the designer and the AI, and this was the result, yeah. I think this kind of shows the process.
Very cool.
Yeah.
So let's say I have, in my fantasy head, I have a trip coming up to Hong Kong, and let's say I wanted to become one of your clients, and I wanted to come to you and ask you and Chimera, your AI, to design me a very special piece. How would we start that conversation?
So I think the conversation's initiated with, as we're at Atelier Forum right now, you would reach out and say, I want this for this event, and I would have you give me a series of answers to questions, and you answer them with visual and text responses.
Give me a couple of ideas of the questions.
So the questions are, what is your gender? What's your aesthetic? What's beautiful to you?
Can I be no gender?
Yes, yeah, because you don't answer it from a drop-down menu. You type in your answer, and you also submit images.
So it's a free-form input. I'm not doing a form input. It's literally free-form. That's very important. Okay.
And then for fit, we are implementing body scans so that it's a completely bespoke outfit for you, designed for you.
So I'm slipping into my nearest 3D scanner?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
And then I'm sending you that digitally? And how many data points do you need from me before you and Chimera really come up with a piece that you think this is her?
Well, it started off with quite a bit, but we've kind of leaned it down to about 12 questions, mainly around like what kind of garments do you like and what's your aesthetic and such. And then like you can see here, the bottom box, I believe, is up there. It's like some of the inputs for the aesthetic collection. And then above it is the output for the dress or the two-piece outfit that you see there. And that's above.
So talk us from the top to the bottom, what's actually happening there?
Yeah, sure. Well, it's actually, so the top is actually the output 3D model for the garment with the print. The print was made by the AI as well. And the bottom part are actually just the input images that we input for aesthetic. We said, what's your aesthetic? And this is a collection we put out.
So you're literally teaching your neural net based on your own input, based on the client's input, based on what's currently in fashion, based on a lot of, because you have a lot of really interesting influences yourself. Do you want to just talk about that? I mean, the great Rick Owens and cyberpunk and just some of your ideas there.
I mean, you know, I try to like take a bit of the ego out of fashion, but there's always like the fashion designer in me, and I think that it's, you know, but I think it's really, I always loved like cyberpunk and different, to really experiment with what it means to be a fashion brand. Rick Owens is somebody who does that very well. Iris Van Herpen, they're all like very inspirational people, but I think they don't ever approach fashion from, you know, a real like understanding of the technology, which I think is really important.
And when you say technology, you mean right, ooh, nice mic. You mean right from the, not just the aesthetic, but the underlying construction of the garment, the supply chain. I mean, everything is influenced by the technology decisions at each point.
Yeah. Yes, we try to not make any decisions that aren't informed in research and the technology we're working with. We also try to make sure that every decision we make is conscientious of sustainability. I mean, that's obviously why we're working with biofabrics as well as AI. I think every step of the process has its own unique research that needs to be done for it. And I think that kind of layered necessity is what puts a lot of people off.
Right, but as you know, all the different stages, you're able to go into that. So let's go back to my fantasy trip to Hong Kong. So what's the second communication that you and I would have with each other? So you'd give me some ideas of what you and the AI had come up with?
Well, essentially, I'd send you all the outputs, right? I'd send you all the 3D models, and that's how we do our samples. We don't sew up samples, we do 3D models, and we send it to you and say, this is all the answers we've gotten, and this is what we believe you would like, and you can work, like, I think when we're working with Atelier, most of what we do is like conversation as well. We don't just like give you an output and we're like, hope you like it.
Here's what you're wearing to Hong Kong.
Yeah. Moving forward though, we have an application that we're launching which is more direct to consumer based as well. So this is a whole new method of interacting with Chimera. So I think.
Very cool. And we should also mention that you're using Python-based, and you're using a lot of different AI sort of constructions there, including the generative, the adversarial network, which we should say was originally developed by Ian Goodfellow, who's now with Google Brain. It's always important to give credit where it's due. How did you decide on what you wanted to use?
Well, as far as adversarial networks, I always thought that they really gave interesting responses, to be honest with you. And they don't have deterministic biases, and you know, there's like a lot of upside to using GANs with art in general. And that's only one of many of the different technologies that we use as this chimera of different AIs. And I think it's that collaboration of different technologies that makes a successful brand, I think.
Right, because it's constantly questioning itself. Because you said you started with a question, and the neural net is constantly asking, is this right? Is this what Joshua would want? It's constantly, so you're literally in dialogue with an AI every time you go into your atelier, which is kind of, you know, cool / spooky.
It's a little spooky sometimes. You're not wrong, and you know, I think it's very much like once you sit down and interact with it, you see that it's something that's very human, though. Despite being a layer of many technologies.
Explain more about that, because I've had that experience too. You know, I've sat and watched AIs think and actually go through the process of how it's extrapolating an answer. And sometimes you think, this is so clearly non-human in a really fascinating of the future way.
Yeah, I would say the process is the most human thing, right? Like this is obviously just a string of ones and zeros. You know, it's a computer. But the way that we have formulated is that we ask you things that are very human questions. What's inspiring to you?
Because you're talking about the human body.
Yeah, it's like when we're designing for somebody, it's the same thing like if you make an appointment with a designer, the questions are, well, what's inspiring to you?
Who do you
what's
want to
your
look
aesthetic?
like?
Yeah, what kind of clothes
Or
do you
what
like?
faults do you want to hide? That's the big one,
Yeah.
yeah.
Yes, for sure.
Your outfit is also made by you and the Chimera, and we should say, do we have Lara Tang? So Lara, would you stand up for us just briefly?
Yes, so this is my co-founder of the Chimera Project, and she's actually wearing this outfit, which we have here, this one.
So this was designed by Joshua and the AI Chimera. Thank you, Lara.
Yeah, and this is the first part of our new project, which is the Chimera Project, which started off as part of my J brand, and now we're making a really user-centered, well, I don't like the word user, but it's a very customer-centered product.
I love the idea that, going back to my Hong Kong fantasy, that I could be asking questions and I could be saying, yes, that is what I want to wear, or really, is that what you think I am? Which would be really curious, I think, as a human, just to see what an AI thinks I might be wearing next.
I mean, also, like, if you make an appointment with a designer and you're like, I don't like this, hopefully they're taking notes, right? But nice thing about computers is that, like, if you say, I do not like this style on me, it'll remember.
It ingests that input and looks at it. And talk about the outfit that you're wearing. So you actually asked Chimera what it should design for you. How did that work?
Yeah, I basically did the same process that you would go through, where I said, it asked me where I'm from, what I think is beautiful, and it gave me this blazer, which I loved, so I had it made.
And I see that it has a slight mandarin collar. And what's the fabric that's used there? That's very interesting.
It's an Italian poplin made out of, it's actually recycled plastic. Same as that as well. The outfit that Lara's wearing is recycled water bottles, which...
Incredible.
Yeah, we don't, I mean, our whole thing is like the new system of production that Chimera enables is that, so if everybody has a very unique garment, it's a whole new system of production, which is a whole new system of sustainability within the garment production world. But then we also just can't have textiles that, like, sure, we're reducing waste, but we can't have our textiles be damaging the planet on their own and like a side. We have to be fully committed to it.
Yeah, you're walking the walk.
Yeah. Trying to.
Very good. We have 60 seconds left. Would you go to your last slide? Great. So if people want to get hold of you, those are the Instagram handles that they can go to. And what's next for you, just to wrap it up?
What's next for us? So the Chimera project is actually kind of new, but right now we are having a lot of fun looking into these new methods of production that is possible by AI. So we've been experimenting with like tiny factories and looking into all new methods of production.
Because you were thinking of setting up a tiny factory in Brooklyn, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Very cool. And I've seen you having many interesting conversations with people here, so who knows what's about to happen.
Yeah, I mean, most of my time is spent in the fashion sphere, despite being a tech fashion person. And definitely something like this is very interesting.
Different crowd.
Yeah.
Cool. Well, I'm going to wrap it up now, but it was such a pleasure to spend this time with you the last couple of days and talk to you on stage. Thank you, Joshua. So now it's my pleasure to introduce Dr. Rodney Brooks. He's the MIT Professor Emeritus, the founder of iRobot, the founder of Rethink Robotics, and we're going to talk about robots without fear. So nice to see you again. So we'll see what happens with our mics.
Okay.
So when I interview people about the robots that they make or they've seen, I usually start by asking which robot they first met. But with you, it was the first robot that you made back in Australia. So would you talk to us about that?
Yeah, so I was fascinated by computers, which I'd never seen, and robots, and started trying to build them when I was about 8 years old. But robots were much too hard, because they had to mechanically work together. So I finally built my first robot when I was about 16.
And what did you call it?
It was called Norman.
Because?
Because there was a silly TV show called Norman Gunston, and it was named after him. But it was really based on some robots that Dr. Grey-Walter had built in Bristol in the 1940s.
Oh, wow.
And with vacuum tubes.
Right.
And mine were transistorized versions. So Norman would wander around the floor, follow lights, bump into things and back away, but it would tend to get stuck under four-legged chairs. It would find its way in and then couldn't find its way out.
So almost there. Well, we'll get to the micro rovers, but I just want to deal with MIT. So you built many, many robots at MIT. Is there one in particular? I remember when I first came to the lab, sadly after you had gone, and I met Kismet for the first time and had a real response. That was my understanding of real human-robot interaction.
Yeah, we built lots and lots of robots. I want to say one thing. People here saw Art Scheckman, who talked about people on the spectrum. He actually was in my lab. He built an autonomous colon-crawling robot. We called it ButtBot, but that wasn't my favorite. My favorites were really Cog and Kismet, which were humanoid in form. And what I liked about it was that we discovered how easy it was to get people to engage in social interaction without content. So Kismet would sit like you, nod, respond to, take turns, and extract from the prosody of the voice some emotional content, provide emotional content, and to people who didn't know better, it seemed like they were having an actual conversation. And when someone said, "I'd like you to show you my watch," Kismet, which had fairly simple things about tracking moving objects, would go and look at the watch.
And literally sort of move, I remember that, sort of move and real intent.
Yeah, and so, you know, I likened it to a conversation in the bar at 2 a.m. It's not actual content, but you're sort of going through the...
Yeah, we're on the same wavelength somewhere. I love that. Okay, so whenever we ask people, would you have a robot in your house? Most people do that kind of horrified look and say no, and yet 20 million people have a Roomba, which you were behind with iRobot. But I really wanted to focus on the fact that your original micro rover concept was much, much earlier than that. And I'm not sure many people should know, and we should talk about this, it was deployed within hours of the Fukushima. Would you talk about what was the original intent behind that and how it's been used?
iRobot started out as a space exploration company. We were going to send private missions to the moon and to Mars, and that was our original model. We had, you know, graphics built around that. We were going to send little six-legged rovers to the moon, covered in advertising decals and multiple ones, and then we're going to sell advertising on the moon. And that was inspired by a robot that Colin Engel and I had built in 1988. It was called Genghis, six-legged walking robot. And it was spent many years in the Smithsonian. It's now in my living room. Everyone should have a museum robot in their living room. But Colin then went and worked at JPL for a summer. He was an undergrad at MIT at the time. He's now the CEO of iRobot. And out of that came a micro rover project. And we were really excited. We thought maybe with NASA we could send it to the moon or Mars. Things were slow, though, so we teamed up with the Ballistic Missile Defense Organization, BMDO, who had recently lost their reason for being when the Soviet Union collapsed. And we built a little rover that was launched at Edwards Air Force Base, did a soft landing, and was going to go to the moon ultimately. But then NASA got involved, and ultimately they took the prototypes that Colin had worked on at JPL and had since been modified, and that's how the first rovers got to Mars in 1997, the Sojourner.
So there's some of that within Pathfinder, right?
Yeah, Pathfinder was absolutely based on that. And then Fukushima, during the, we had 14 failed business models at iRobot, but we had two successful ones, the Roomba and the PackBot, which was used in Afghanistan and Iraq for roadside bombs. When Fukushima happened, March 11th, 2011, there were no, they didn't know what was going on in the buildings. They knew there was high radiation. We got a call about a week later saying it would be perhaps helpful if you could send some robots. We got them there within 48 hours, and we sent out those robots. They went into very high radiation areas. It was a 40-year-old 40-year-old GE nuclear power plant, and there was nothing digital there. There were just analog dials. So we sent out one robot that acted as a Wi-Fi hotspot. The next robot went out, put a camera on the dial, the pressure, et cetera, put those images back, and that's how they knew what was going on. We're able to cold shut down.
Amazing.
And those robots are still there.
Yes, I was going to say, you can't extract them, can you?
No, and that bought many more of them. Yeah. And I've been to Fukushima. It was the most sobering day of my life going into there.
Yeah. It must have felt amazing actually being able to be part of the solution then.
Very gratifying.
Yeah, I'm sure. We should briefly talk about Rethink Robotics, and then I want to get on to robots in elder care. So sadly, it is no more, but it was just ahead of its time, and it's still very important. You know, I met many Baxters and Sawyers. Do you want to just talk about that?
Yeah, so Rethink Robotics was trying to, it was a fantastic artistic success. It changed what people expect about robots, that you can have them this close to each other, to a person
very personable, especially Sawyer.
in a factory, that you no longer have to use a 1980s scripting language, but you can show them what to do. But now I'm starting to think of them as the Segway of personal transportation,
Right.
but of industrial robots. The Segway had a critical idea, a personal electric vehicle that you could drive around in the city, but it didn't get everything right. You know, one was that the individual owned the Segway.
And the form factor had
And the
some
form
issues.
factor. But now, you know, we see the little scooters,
Yeah, the bird.
which, and everyone's, yeah, that's sort of the right thing. But they had to adjust a whole bunch of other things which were beyond that original idea of personal electric
Well, I
vehicle.
always like the Albert Einstein quote, if we knew what we were doing, it wouldn't be called research.
Yeah, and it wouldn't be called startups either.
Yeah, exactly, exactly. So in the last 5 minutes, I really want to talk about, you know, something that I know you're very passionate about. I've read many of your writings on this, and I was at the VA hospital recently where they're using robots for cognitive decline. But you're talking about robots that are dexterous, that have common sense. Can you explain that?
Yeah, so, you know, a few different speakers have talked about the demographic change in the world. In North America, in Japan, China coming, in Europe, definitely, Italy, already there. Many, many more older people relative to the number of younger people. Ratios are going from something like 9 younger people to 1 elderly person to 2 younger people for an elderly person. So what does that mean for elder care? How are people going to be looked after as they decline? And one of the things about decline and health costs is, I think people mostly as they get older, they want independence and they want dignity.
Yeah.
And going into managed care, you sort of give up both those things, and it costs a lot.
Right.
So if people can stay in their own homes longer and maintain their independence and their dignity, I think there'll be a great pull for that, especially since there won't be enough workers in the managed care.
Right.
Most places have relied on immigrants for that, and that's not going to work. So how can robots help people in the home? And here's a simple example. Getting the right form factor, getting it to work is difficult. But many people have to go into managed care when they can no longer get into and out of bed by themselves, when they can no longer go to the bathroom by themselves. That's the thing that breaks down. So a robot that can manipulate people can lift them, and a robot that can lift them has to be able to sense force, just as my robots at Rethink Robotics did for safety.
I could see a reformed Baxter being able to do that.
Yes, but more than that, you know, everyone will expect to be able to talk to these robots.
Right.
And I think we've all probably had frustrating interactions with Alexa or the Echo or with Google at home. But even more than that, you know, as someone gets older, giving them a frustrating experience as they're saying, get me in the bed, no, that hurts over there. It has, the speech understanding systems also will have to understand, oh, today this person is not making their sentences so well. Maybe there's a problem here. So it's got to be a much more closer interaction.
Some more sort of sentient analysis and voice recognition, as well as some facial recognition.
And changing over time the way they interact with a person as the person declines.
Right.
Or in my case, I hope I'll just get grumpier, but
Me
not
too,
decline.
yeah.
I'll never decline, but I certainly will get grumpier. I think that's a much more personal version of AI with common sense, as you say, with understanding of people, that most of the neural net-based systems we see today do not have any of that level of understanding. I loved it when Kai-Fu Lee, sitting here, pointed out that the last big breakthrough in AI was deep learning 9 years ago.
Right,
There's room for a lot more breakthroughs and a need for a lot more breakthroughs as we go into this much more elderly population than we've had.
So how do you, in the last couple of minutes, how do you teach robots common sense? Like, where do you start with that kind of concept?
Well, you know, John McCarthy, one of the founders of AI, published his first paper about that in 1958. We've been working at it for a little while. DARPA has just announced a $2 billion program to try to get to the level of common sense that an 18-month-old has.
Right.
I think they're being realistic in how much work there is to be done. I think it's something that you know, we really need to try to get away amongst the researchers in AI who are getting pulled into these big companies with high salaries to do exploitation of existing techniques.
Right.
I think it's going to be important for the world for those researchers to go back to exploration
Right,
of
redirect
new
their energies towards
new
saving the
techniques.
world. Yes.
Yes,
Yes.
but not quite enough high salaries at
Yes.
the moment.
Yeah.
I hope that blip changes.
But your point is that many populations in the world are aging rapidly, so it is a huge business opportunity.
It is going to be, for people who have something that works there, it's going to be a tremendous business opportunity.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And so just in the last minute, I read you one line. So you've been writing prodigiously. Are you doing a book? You're developing chapters online? So I read all your stuff on AI.
So I have a blog, and originally it was going to be a book, but then I talked to my agent, and he said, yeah, you'll work on it for 2 years, and then we'll have a big... And I thought, no, I got to get these ideas out here quickly, because the world is changing very fast. But I have recently figured out what book I am going to write, which is not quite so time sensitive. And it's about the impact across technology of Moore's law, which people sort of understand at one level, but I think it's there's much deeper implication of Moore's law that has changed our attitude to technology, perhaps made us a little too over-optimistic, because Moore's law just kept delivering for 50 years all the time. Other technologies are not going to deliver on that time scale so regularly. So I think there's a lot to be explored
So you're going to bring a welcome note of pragmatism to the field?
Yeah. Some people
Informed
call me a
pragmatism.
skeptic, but I...
Well, at least you know what you're talking about, which is always refreshing.
I've been involved for quite a while, yeah.
Cool. I have to wrap up. This was such a pleasure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Rodney. Thank you, Sophia, for 2 in a row. Really interesting. And we are now at the climactic session, in my way of thinking. And as you know from seeing the cover of our magazine, and if you know me, this is a subject that I care a lot about. It's not just because I happen to have written a book about it, but I wrote a book about Facebook because I really thought it was an unusually important company. I think what you'll find is we have 4 panelists, all of whom also have always believed Facebook is an unusually important company, unusually important service with an unusually important role in the world. However, all 5 of us who will be up here have switched our views to be extremely alarmed in one way or another, each in a different way. So I'm quite excited to introduce you to them as soon as we get the unusual number of chairs on the stage. But I don't think anybody would have much dispute with the idea that Facebook is in a kind of crisis. Although I'll say one group that doesn't seem to believe that is the security analysts who were asking Mark and Cheryl and the CFO the questions on the most recent earnings call. Panelists, please come up and I'll continue. Wall Street is more or less sanguine. That's what was quite clearly evident on the earnings call. Only one question really addressed the issues that for many of us are the central issues, which is how can Facebook continue having a fundamentally positive role in society? And before we start, I should also say I very specifically and firmly asked Facebook if they would send someone to talk at this conference, not necessarily to be on this session, although they could have if they would have. I would have had them before, after, during, whatever. All their executives were too busy. That was their response. So I think that's predictable, unfortunately, because it's in a pattern that they have established now of essentially evading the dialogue of which that they've created the need for. But anyway, let me now introduce the panelists. We'll start with Wael at the end. Very, very honored and pleased by every single one of these people being on the panel. But you know, Wael became world famous during Arab Spring as the activist who was a Google employee in Egypt. Using Facebook really did a lot of catalytic organizing of what became the movement to bring down Mubarak. Things that have subsequently happened in Egypt have not been quite as gratifying. He now lives here. He wrote a book called Revolution 2.0. He's also been through quite a personal journey, which he and I have discussed, and maybe he'll reflect on a little bit in terms of thinking about what really is happening with technology as a tool for activism and in society generally. Next to Wael, Sanjana Hatatua, who's a good friend, lives in Sri Lanka. currently in graduate school in New Zealand. I'm really grateful for his traveling from New Zealand here for the conference. He is an activist, a longtime activist with an extremely important organization called ICT for Peace, which I tremendously admire and has had a lot of impact working with the United Nations and other organizations on issues of how technology can behave responsibly and positively in society. He also has been involved in Colombo, Sri Lanka, with a group called the Center for Policy Alternatives, which he's done a lot of research about Facebook's role in his country that he may talk about. Next to Sanjana, Roger McNamee, legendary investor and expert. Roger is, by many people's analysis, the person who is most authoritative about what's happening in technology, and he has been for a really long time. He's, just an investor. He was formerly just a security analyst, but he always had an ability to understand more things at the same time than anybody, going back to when he and I used to be on a show called, what was that show called?
Digital Jam.
Digital Jam, thank you for remembering that. That's when I first got to know him in the green room at Digital Jam on CNN FN when that existed. He has a book coming out at the beginning of next year called Zucked, The Education of an Unlikely Activist. Roger, who played a huge role introducing Sheryl Sandberg to Mark Zuckerberg and was an early investor in Facebook and made a lot of money on it, became extremely alarmed. He'll tell us a little bit about that. During the run-up to the election, one of the first people to really raise the alarm about what might be happening or what was happening with political interference on Facebook before the presidential election, and was quite dismayed by what happened as a result. Finally, Brian Weiser is a security analyst at Pivotal Research who has a sell on the stock and has had a sell on the stock of Facebook since July of 2017, after having previously been the biggest bull on Wall Street on Facebook stock. So his calls have been pretty darn accurate. Anyway, that's who we have up here. We were talking before about what we should discuss, and I think the thing we should discuss is what should Facebook do now? They are clearly still making a lot of money, maybe a lower profit rate than before. The growth continues at a lower rate than before. That's why their stock dropped $120 billion worth and has continued to go down from there. So stock had, I think, been over, its peak was 210 or 220? 220, and it's now around 140. Which for this company is, the only other time that happened was immediately after their IPO, when their stock dropped from, what was it, around 30 at the IPO?
36.
31?
31.
31, it went to 17. Then it went steadily from 17 to 220, basically, as plummeted, and it is still in trouble as a stock. So maybe, Roger, I'll start with you. What should Facebook do now?
So the problem that I perceive is that the business model of Facebook and Google are essentially built on surveillance. They're built on essentially taking the data of individuals, the content of content-creating companies, and essentially creating an arbitrage by using addictive technology properties to get the surveillance to work more effectively. When you think about that as a business model, there is no fix. As long as the business model is based on surveillance, as long as it's based on monopolizing people's attention, then at best they can go and play whack-a-mole against problems that have come along, as they did with foreign interference in the midterms, where at least there's no apparent foreign interference that's shown up. I think the challenge for Facebook, the challenge for Google are very simple. This business model is extremely dangerous for society, and I don't believe they can be fixed without changing the business model.
Okay, I'm trying to decide who to go to next. I think I'm going to go to Sanjana, if you don't mind. I mean, what Roger just made is a fairly extreme statement, right? And the business model cannot be fixed. You have chronicled the crisis that Facebook has represented for your country, but you also are a believer in its importance. So talk about that contradiction or not contradiction, and do you think Facebook can be fixed?
Not easily, but one hopes so. And the reason I say that is that, as is now commonly known, Facebook is the internet for many of our countries, particularly in Myanmar, where the public imagination and awareness and understanding of the internet is actually Facebook. There is nothing beyond that. And that is the glue that holds social, political, cultures, religious, and communal relations together in these countries.
Is it true in Sri Lanka?
It is very much the case in Sri Lanka as well. And in fact, we are in a historical moment in my small country where after the 26th of October, political relations have been so turbulent and in an unprecedented manner that Facebook is both the vector and vehicle and channel of negotiating that political space, and also the harbinger and the tsunami of misinformation, disinformation, rumor, and instability as well. And you have this Janus-faced behemoth that people like myself now study, but also have to kind of contend with. It is an inordinately important role, and I don't think it's understood in its complexity and its rich nuance by the very creators of the platform. And so I try to tread a middle path where the frustration, and may I just say on public record, anger at the company not doing what it could have done with the evidence provided to it. It's not opinion, and that's what I want to stress. There was evidence. It was data-driven, evidence-based, translated into English at a time when the company didn't have competence or capacity to deal with the kinds of things that we were seeing.
This was starting in 2014.
This is late 2013 and 2014. And then it becomes a Western...
And you wrote formal reports
Absolutely.
That you submitted to the company that they did not respond to.
David, the only time that they responded to me was with the very serious communal violence in March this year. There was no communication from the company.
They responded once Zuckerberg was in the process of testifying to Congress and the heat was on.
Well, it was coincidental that it happened at the time when we wrote open letters to Facebook. We wanted to use the scrutiny of the company and Mr. Zuckerberg to kind of heighten the awareness around things that were outside the United States. It is ironical, but perhaps the way of the world, that the so-called third world or the global south, however we want to phrase it, deals with these issues for years before. Every imaginable aspect and facet and conversation and argument around post-2016 United States of America has been with us, and we have been living with it with the same technology for years before. And post-2016, it becomes the height of debate here and controversy. But, we have been telling Facebook of the consequences of inattention to detail, and c'est la vie.
So since Mark Zuckerberg on this very stage 2 days after the election said it was a crazy idea that fake news on Facebook could have affected the election, if they had bothered to read your reports, he would not have thought it was a crazy idea.
I don't have the chutzpah to suggest that, David. I don't think that a small country like ours affects in any degree, shape, or form what happens in the United States. However, the contours of the problem, the inattention to kind of the way that the platform is used, how hate is generated, the vectors of hate, how violent actors, inauthentic voices flourish on the platform, the fact that they didn't have any kind of human moderation or content moderation capacity or oversight, almost every single problem that at scale became an issue here was in its embryonic form. Of course, very big for us, but we are a small country. It is an inordinately significant problem for us, but we saw it in its embryonic state that then went on to affect things
this
in
is
the
a
United States and elsewhere.
multifaceted issue, but before we go off, Sanjana, WhatsApp is also critically intertwined with this issue. So could you just talk about that in the Sri Lankan context? How do we understand how WhatsApp is functioning?
Well, people are moving out of Facebook and onto WhatsApp.
Owned by Facebook, of course.
Yes, but they don't realize that.
No, I'm just saying people in the room make sure everyone listening knows that it's
owned. And this is very much the case in India as well and in many parts of surrounding countries where, for a variety of reasons, it's instant messaging, Facebook Messenger and WhatsApp in particular, that are taking the conversational domains by storm. Now, that is a problem, in a sense, for academics, because you can't immediately ascertain what is being communicated on these platforms easily. It is also a problem for Facebook, because as is the case in Brazil now, but also in India, the encryption works for both parties. It works to secure activists against repressive regimes. It also works to secure hurtful, harmful, and hateful conversations from regulatory and governmental oversight. So it's again a Janus-faced kind of technology platform, but the sheer, from what we can ascertain from proxy indicators, the sheer volume of conversation and content, as was made clear yesterday by the representative from Jio. I mean, the gentleman talked about India's just one cellular service. It beggars belief. And so a lot of what is happening and how people see the country, which I think is very important, the hyper-partisan nature, the fractured nature, the language and the expression, it's all very, very evident on Facebook. And there's no easy way to deal with that.
I want to come back to WhatsApp. There's a lot of things to discuss. I want to go to Brian before we go to Whale, because I know Whale has somewhat of a different view, a bigger view maybe in some ways, because he's not really as much day-to-day on Facebook as the rest of you. You cover a lot of companies, but you've been very negative on Facebook for some basic financial reasons. So just talk about your perspective on the company, and particularly in the context of its social functionality/harm.
Yeah. So the core view around my negativity on the stock has been that the gap between what Wall Street expects and what I know is realistic in terms of revenue growth is wide, or was wider prior to their reduction of guidance a quarter ago. So I used to be global head of forecasting at Interpublic, where I mean, there's like 3 people alive who've actually tried to understand the Sri Lankan advertising economy from New York or London, or let alone the Malaysian newspaper industry, let alone blah, blah, blah. So I have more than a point of view on this stuff. And I think most of Wall Street was not really looking at that. In addition, costs were going up. There are a lot of things they need to invest in. Margins are going down. And there was a lot of room to run, but only so much. So anyways, I got more negative relative to where expectations were, and the stock started running up. And I mean, that ultimately led to a sell. It's just a gap between where expectations were and where I was. But at the same time, I remember the first thing I was aware of, which was a problem or hole in the story, which was the video metrics issue, which came up in August of 2016, where it was in some ways such a minor thing, but it was like, it turns out that they were providing bad data, happened to be in Facebook's favor. It was discovered by an agency. And then another error was discovered, and another error. Just a coincidence, I'm sure, that all the errors were in Facebook's favor.
Errors in ad metric management that caused advertisers to pay more than they should.
Or mislead them to making decisions.
Right.
And so these were kind of minor, but I remember thinking and telling investors in late 2016, like, well, it's only a few problems, nothing major. If a few other shoes drop, I'd start to get a bit worried. Obviously, with the election, we started to see more of these issues. More problems emerged, and even I found one on my own, September 2017, after reading about an Australian journalist that wrote about the fact that you could find more, Facebook claimed more 18 to 34-year-olds existed on Facebook than existed in Australia at all. I tried that for the US. It's like, oh my God, the same thing.
They were claiming more viewers than existed in the country.
Any one of you connected now, if you have Ads Manager, go into it right now. You'll see. The error is still there, by the way. And there's a class action lawsuit. This is actively misleading, by the way. And they say, oh, it's not a big deal. It's just an estimate. But businesses make decisions based on this data. When I was a banker years ago, if I had a presentation deck that was intended to induce someone to make a decision, even if it's not what they actually had to pay, that was a sackable offense at minimum. So the issue that came to my attention at the time, and I remember talking to, I think, Brian Stelter, who maybe it really catalyzed when he was doing work on at CNN on the Russian interference. I remember he asked the question, do you think these two things are connected? And I realized, oh my God, they are, of course. Because sloppiness in one place represents sloppiness in so many others. So
you see a pattern of sloppiness in understanding how the system actually works.
Right, and I've come to realize the company is simply badly run. I mean, it's not the only thing that's a problem. But when Cambridge Analytica then happened, again, my joke on that is that the first reaction every marketer had to Cambridge Analytica was, oh my God, I'm deleting my app. The second reaction was, why didn't I get that data from my ad?
Yeah.
But the reality was that the fact that they were sloppy in checking on their data partners was a problem. The fact that they threatened to sue The Guardian was a problem. The fact that they lied to UK Parliament was a problem. All of these things, I realized, oh my God, this is systemic. And that's why I wrote this taxonomy of mismanagement. I actually had to categorize like 13 different categories of problems from a managerial perspective. And so now let's be clear, that's not why I had the sell rating. But all of these issues, I realized, represent incremental risks above and beyond.
Now, we have several human rights activists on the panel, but was that even one of the categories? I mean, not that you're opposed to human rights, but you're looking at it just on pure business terms.
Yeah.
Right?
I mean, I was certainly increasingly aware of it. I wasn't aware of the scale of Myanmar until I read certainly the UK Parliamentary Committee has done some pretty tremendous work.
And the UN has done a lot of work too.
But true, but I thought that the argument that the UK committee made, and also in commercial terms, for lack of a better word, it's sad that this is a good argument, but it is. When they say the UK government spends £100 million on resettling refugees every year, Facebook has contributed meaningfully to the circumstances that have caused there to be refugees. Therefore, they have a financial interest. I mean, you can put this into numbers. And, but yeah, I was aware that this was a problem because if you want to bet Mark Zuckerberg versus the world governments, I'm going to guess until Facebook can acquire a nuclear weapon, world governments probably win. And so it does enhance the chances of regulation, it enhances chances, in regulation in ways that investors don't even understand.
So you think even at 140, you still have a sell on the stock?
Yeah, I have a $125 price target right now.
Okay. So, Whale, there's a lot to pick up on here. I mean, there's different points of view, but they're all negative. It's interesting. I mean, I did curate the panel, but look, this is not, Facebook has very few public defenders except for other security analysts who don't agree with him and some people in the ad community.
They're looking 12 months out, and there's not huge problems in 12 months.
I can tell you, if I had really tried to get a defender of Facebook on this
industry.
Say what?
The leading companies in the tech industry are still mostly supportive.
The other tech companies.
And the venture capital community is very supportive.
Okay, them too.
They have a lot, and there are a lot of people in government who are still supportive.
But I will say, I don't think it would have been that easy to get a prominent person to come on this panel and speak in their behalf. Certainly, they wouldn't do it for themselves, which is interesting. But it's neither here nor there, I guess. It's just my experience is how few people have been speaking out on their behalf over the last 2 years. I challenge you, Roger, have there been any?
Yeah, so I've had to debate a bunch of them, but what I would suggest is that, at least in my experience, that there's just a fatalism about it that's a little bit like climate change, where people may think it's a problem, but they don't perceive that there's anything we can do about it.
Yeah.
That they don't perceive government will act, they don't perceive that users will act. And I would like to believe that both users and governments are smarter than that, and that if we make a good reasoned case, we can change the calculus.
Well, we do need to get back to specifically what they should do differently. Maybe Whale can start us on thinking what they should or could do differently, but any observations you have?
I think one of the things I feel I have had was I sat down with ranking engineers as my job, and I worked on algorithms that distribute content that you would call mobocratic or sensational or...
Mobocratic, that's a word of yours.
Yeah,
yes.
From the, MOPS, it just incentivizes MOPS behavior. So I kind of see the world from that angle, and I see how hard it is to actually spend. I spend a lot of time trying to explain to my colleagues who should be trusting me that these algorithms are partisan, that these algorithms are actually sensational. They are editors, but they're just bad editors.
This is when you were at Google, you're saying?
Well, it was throughout the time after 2011. I just spent a lot of time either working, advising, or working in companies. So I don't want to talk about this, which company I did that at. One of the things that strikes me is that there is a lot of desire to push away the power that they have in their hand. They just don't want to admit it. And I understand that. I empathize with them. And I think it's actually very important for us to be able to be useful in this game, is to try and as much to empathize and understand where they're coming from. Because, yeah, we're, like everyone in here, I'm very disappointed at what they're doing. I think it is fairly irresponsible. And at the same time, I also think that I have no idea of what they are facing and what they are, the kind of struggles or tests that they are going through. And one of the things I learned in 2011 is I had such a naive perspective of what is it, the size of the problem that the people in power deal with. And my attitude towards them was more about, was more counterproductive than productive to say. Not that I'm trying to make them less accountable. They are extremely accountable. And actually, I think I agree with Roger that what they're doing right now, they're just, I have this, I always give that example of like the gift shop in Egypt before the Yelp era used to fool every single tourist. Because they want to maximize their money, the money out of the tourist. The tourist is never going to come back. The fact that there's no retention in this business pre the Yelp era. But post the Yelp era, they now understand that tourists have a tool in their hand where they could go in and see 100 reviews and the place got 1 star for being, for deceiving or cheating on people to make money. And I think the real problem we have right now is that we've decentralized publishing. Or it got decentralized because of the new powers. We failed at creating the right checks and balances. We here means the platform before anyone else, because it is of the interest of the platform to create those checks and balances so that they continue to thrive for long term. It's kind of, otherwise we would then advocate for tabloid journalism and say it has a far more value creation than traditional journalism that is more authentic and respectful. So I think initially they made the choice based on ignorance, and I think that ignorance was very justified at the time because what did we know? Like we all, there are so many things I said in 2011 that I'm very embarrassed every time I watch them. I'm like, I'm like, oh my God, I was like completely naive about this. And I should give them the benefit of the doubt because also there's something inside these companies. People assume that since they have the data, they're looking at it, but that's not true. They're looking at completely, like the everyday life there is not to do qualitative experiments and look at what is happening and how the user's life are changing. They're just monitoring retention, time on site. All these metrics, I think, Roger, you talk about that. It just kind of restricts your view on what is important. But the reality is if they have had enough talent that would help them measure long-term impact, that has to do with trust, for example. I think the banking industry have lost a lot of pace because of the collapse of trust between them and the user. And I think the tech industry is actually on the verge of doing that right now. We are losing a lot of trust. And I look at the elections and the results of the election, and I'm like, this is actually this makes sense. That's exactly what should happen. People should go after populists because the core algorithm that is driving how people should retrieve information is based on populism. So the world is going to vote for a populist. Otherwise, if that algorithm wouldn't have been perceived as a good algorithm by the majority of the people would not have voted for a populist. But the populist came in to exploit a system that is already working and people are already happily exploited.
Can we quickly just explain that in a little more detail? Maybe Roger wants to do it. You want to do it?
I really strongly support what Wahel just said because pushing back on you, I think the issue is not that they're badly managed. It's that they picked the wrong things to optimize. So they Facebook is one of the most focused companies I've ever been around. And the notion that at 20 years old they figured out how to apply graph theory to network design was one of the most astonishing intellectual breakthroughs Silicon Valley's ever seen. And they were 20 years old when they came up with it. But they've taken this model that has been popularized by some venture capitalists of you pick a few metrics and you focus exclusively on those metrics. And the ones that they chose allowed them to grow faster than any company before them. And they achieved enormous success. And after 5 years of everything going right, they were convinced that they were King Midas and everything that they thought about and did had to be right. So they were blind to feedback. And they literally, when I went to them in October of 2016 with my fears about the election and what was going on, they just they couldn't imagine that. And so I think failure of imagination is a better way of describing the problem than bad management. Because right now you can't convince them that the things you're talking about are important enough to manage to. Right. And that's part of the problem. And to Wahel's key point here is that and really to Sanjana's as well, that the scale that they have at 3 billion people globally touching one of their properties every single day, they are the public square. And there's enormous responsibility that comes with that. That requires that you be fluent in the languages you're operating in, fluent in the cultures you're operating in, because you're like a dinosaur that Godzilla turns around in a city and its tail inadvertently knocks a building over, right? I mean, the unintended consequences are staggering. And so it comes to the business model. I actually believe that they can change the business model. I think the utility functions of these products are so valuable that changing the way people pay for it is actually a smaller problem. This happened with television. We went from free TV to paid cable in a very smooth transition in less than a generation. And there's literally no reason we can't do that here. Plus, Facebook has a lot of other things like Marketplace that they could be monetizing.
So people should be paying for social media for Facebook?
I'm saying for their own good. We need to have a different business model of which that is a choice.
For the company's own good or society's own good?
Well, especially society, but I think the company as well.
Okay.
These guys don't want it. Look, nobody there set out to harm the world. And the problem they have is even now, you sit there, 9,000 people confirmed dead in Myanmar, 42,000 missing and presumed dead. That's roughly the same size as the U.S. deaths in Vietnam War, but it's 6 months, not 10 years. And yet nobody at Facebook felt badly enough about that to leak anything. I mean, think about that for a minute, right? This is on their head. And yet they culturally still believe in what they're doing so intensely, they have not been able to accept that they're responsible for things like that.
Can I just make a quick addition to this point? And I think one of the problems of software in general is that you can build it and deliver it and people use it without you having to see them or even know that they exist. And for you, they're just numbers at the end of the day. And one of the things that we could change, and that's why I think like engaging with Facebook in a dialogue, even as it's so unfortunate that they don't send someone here, it just speaks to their, again, honestly, it's very irresponsible not to engage with more people and be more public about it, because it is true that people are being tough on them right now, but at the same time, people are willing to change their positions. A lot of reasonable people want to see them better, because what do we could all create a happy story. So one way we talk about what should we do. I had the other day a conversation with someone who's prominent in tech, and I was like, why aren't there psychologists, artists, sociologists, philosophers in the product development cycle? Why is it that someone wakes up in the morning and decide to build this, the feature mark yourself as safe, which is a great feature I appreciate, I like a lot, especially in natural disasters. But when you send 5 million notifications to people who live in London because 20 people died, and get them to proactively publish to 100 million of their friends that they are safe, there is a side effect to that, which is if I am part of the ISIS strategy team, I'd be really happy that this feature exists, because that is exactly what they're looking for. They want to. That's why they kill people in the underground. They pick the most public places. They want to create the most damage to frighten people. So again,
because they want fear.
Yeah, and I actually, in this case, like, I understand maybe there's something I'm personally missing on how important this feature is in such events, but I wonder if there's a dialogue that happened, and that dialogue was critical and early enough in the beginning of the conversation, and that risk was assisted, but I highly doubt.
I want to hear Sanjana's prescription for what should happen, if possible. But I want to just clarify a couple quick things to just make sure that's on the table for the audience and the video, et cetera. Because Roger's talked about things they did. They prioritize growth pretty much as their primary goal for almost their entire history, probably to this minute. And they did not prioritize governance. And when you talk about the language knowledge that they lacked, the cultural knowledge they lacked, this was extreme, because they really pushed into literally every country on the planet except for North Korea, and China tried to keep them out. But they did not have local speakers. They did not have any knowledge or any interest in knowledge of the local culture. And the system was abused in many of those places. And in the article in our magazine that we distributed here, I pointed out, in Myanmar, just to name one country, and this is true in many, they didn't even have their rules translated into Burmese until 2015. So in many of these countries, there were literally no rules. So how can you blame people for misusing the system? And I also wanted to just clarify Wales' point on the populism, because what you're really saying is because the system prioritizes fear and anger algorithmically, because attention is the goal in order to show ads next to the attention that you people have given to whatever content, that you're saying that is intrinsically beneficial to somebody with a populist message. Am I right on that?
Yeah, not only populist, but actually on the right, because the way the left use negative messaging is mainly through shaming. The way the right uses negative messaging is through fear, and fear is far more effective as a tool for engaging people than shame.
Okay, so Sanjana, I know that you still really, really do hope for Facebook to succeed and to solve its problems. What would you like to see happen next?
Well, 3 very quick points. I know Burma is an emotive issue and everybody latches on to Myanmar, but genocide is not monocausal. Yeah. And just to place on the record for the consideration of this forum is that we're talking about Facebook, but Facebook didn't cause the genocide. There are complex social, political, communal dynamics for decades that have happened in these contexts, within which Facebook is sometimes an accelerant around the worst of who we can be, instead of giving voice and strengthening the best of who we should be. And so, it's unfair, I think, in a way, to project onto Facebook per se everything that's going wrong in the world. These are complex, complicated problems.
I hope nobody here is saying everything going wrong in the world is caused by Facebook.
But I mean, there is that dominant suggestion that Facebook created the genocide in Burma, and we need to push back. That would not have
been my position.
Right.
My point here was simply that you went into a country that had no media, no telecom infrastructure, and you took them from nothing straight to Facebook. They had no antibodies against fake news, and they believed in authority, and authoritative people used Facebook. Yeah. And the point was, Facebook's role in this was essential.
And the point, David, in Sri Lanka, as you well know, is that till March 2018, they didn't have proper communal standards translated into my language.
Until this year?
We did it for Facebook.
Wow.
So, let's start from there. The point is also that, to complement Wael, is that there are people in the company who are deeply and acutely sensitive about these issues, and I work with them as a consequence of what happened in Sri Lanka and the non-recurrence of it. I am willing to be convinced of their ability to convince management around course correction. That is not something as an outsider I have any indication of. All I have is the bona fides of the people within Facebook who are looking at these issues very, very seriously, and they are quite concerned about it.
Yeah, can I say on a positive note that they have not been, when things work well for the past, it's been always working well for them. So they didn't get their moment of, I call it corporate depression, when they just fall down and start realizing, oh my God, we're doing something wrong. And maybe at that time they correct their path. I feel they are realizing that now by a lot of people like you guys, like you were close to them, there is something they lost by losing you, and they know that.
Well, they never had us to lose us.
Well, I mean, I would say like for me, they had me because I was a believer. I was someone that believed that this is liberating tool.
The three of us were definitely.
You were a believer. You set up a media page in 2007, right? I mean,
yeah, I was the first one to set up, as far as I know, a Facebook page for media in South Asia, and certainly in Sri Lanka. And I have a screenshot of it, which is now of some archival value of what Facebook looked like, 11, 12 years ago, because I knew what a potential it had in a repressive authoritarian country with a democratic deficit to be the vehicle or the platform upon which what I thought naively at the time would be pro-social democratic conversations that opened up the space for debate that simply wasn't there in the commons or in the mainstream media. But lo and behold, it's now become a kind of hydra-headed beast that activists have to manage, can't do without, but very often get up and wonder what on earth I'm going to do with this.
And to give them credit, they are spending a lot of money, which is why their results are worse at the moment. They're putting tons of people onto it, maybe not tons enough, but they believe, and Zuckerberg personally believes, that AI will be almost a magic bullet, and he's investing more in AI that will be directed towards hate speech and politically subversive speech and terrorist content, etc. So it's not like they're doing nothing, but
you have to be careful to recognize what they're actually doing. So it appears to me that they've made a list of all the things that went wrong in 2016, and they're just running down the list in series. They're not making any effort to anticipate the issues with artificial intelligence.
Right.
They're not making any effort to get out in front of the problems at WhatsApp or at Instagram, because those weren't issues creating political crisis in 2016.
what I would say is we don't know they are because they refuse to have a dialogue with people like us in anything except a private context where you have to sign an NDA.
We know that they aren't because they're very, very, very good at publicizing every good move that they make.
Yeah.
So we know that if they were making substantive changes to WhatsApp or Instagram that were likely to reduce this damage, we would know about it. What we know instead is that the founders and most of the senior executives of those places have left recently for one of two reasons. Either they're uncomfortable with the future direction of the business, or they think there are landmines in the history that are going to go public that they don't want to have to do.
I still want Sanjana to say what they should do, but I want to make one more, since I wrote a book about it, I'm the moderator, but let me just say one thing. WhatsApp is proven to be an extremely toxic tool in elections when authoritarians are seeking power. That is a known fact. And in India, because it has had such a negative impact, they have reduced the number of people to which a WhatsApp message can be rebroadcast to 5, down from what I think is normally 200.
Yeah, something like that, yeah.
Something like 200, but in Brazil, where we just had an election that led to a neo-fascist being elected as president, who's an openly hateful person towards many minorities, gays, etc., they did nothing that we know of, and I'm sure, as Roger says, we would know of it. They knew they could have restricted the number of WhatsApp message repetitions that happen. They chose not to do that. And that's something that can be done regardless of whether you know what's the content of the message. And I heard an interview on NPR where a Brazilian political observer said pretty much all the messages, or political messages they saw on WhatsApp during the election were either fake or incendiary. Almost literally all. And Facebook, as far as we know, did nothing to stop that. But so this is still the context that we're fighting against. Sanjana, I know you still want them to be a successful medium in Sri Lanka and other countries. What should they do?
I don't have the ability to speak on their behalf, David, because I'm a small man from a small country. And we try to deal with our problems as best we can. Let me give you a short example. In the space of 1 week, through my doctoral research, I saw through data, and just by analyzing the conversational domains on Facebook and Twitter, but primarily Facebook, because that's the driver of everything good and great and bad in my country, that there was a point of time when something needed to happen politically in the real world because there was nothing happening on Facebook. And you were able to kind of determine and say that something is going to happen as a consequence of what you didn't see on Facebook. And as it turned out, though I didn't take credit for it, I mean, certainly I wasn't the architect of it, something big did happen. And then Facebook kicked in, and the propaganda machinery kicked in as well. So able to almost divine, in a sense, what's going to happen as a consequence of looking at the data purposefully, with intent. I think they're sitting on a lot of data that can be good for the world and good for societies, but I think they need guidance on how they can look at it better. And from a very small perspective, they need to work with civil society who understand the context of the cultures and the communities and the countries that they're working and operating in, and then support and strengthen their capacity to help Facebook deal with the problems at scale. And that involves learning, scaling up, retooling, and then spreading that globally. So even though we are a small country, perhaps we pack a punch above our geographic size in helping the country to determine and ascertain what Roger said could be the problems in the future, because we were the problems of the future in 2013 and 2014. They just didn't have the capacity to listen. So I hope that senior management is more responsive and attentive, meaningfully so, in the future.
Hold that thought for 10 seconds. We did say we would end at 12:30. If anybody has to leave, please do. We're not going to go too much longer, but we are going to continue for a little bit longer. Roger. And then I want to hear from you.
The point these guys are making are so baked into the culture. So one of the reasons Facebook was so successful, which, by the way, a point I do need to make, we could just as easily be having this conversation about Google. I mean, what's going on with YouTube, what's going on with search results are enormously problematic. But relative to Facebook, the culture was all about eliminating friction. Everything was done in order to grow maximally fast to maximum scale. You eliminate all forms of friction. And if you think about it, regulation is a form of friction, dealing with problems of any kind. So they tended to take the MacArthur strategy of the Pacific, and they would isolate problems on a little island and then skip it. So when they got the consent decree, they put in a thing in place that provided legal cover without requiring them to actually honor the consent decree. When they get situations around the world, they do the same thing. They play whack-a-mole on old problems, treating them as though they're isolated when in fact they are systemic.
Right.
And
they've done that with Myanmar tremendously.
They've done it with literally everything. And I understand how they got there. And in the early days, when we were on the good side of this, that lack of friction seemed like a good idea. But if you sit there and think about it, friction is really important in life. It's the thing that gives you a chance to think about stuff and make choices as to whether something's a good or bad idea. I mean, you know, things as basic as procreation are entirely dependent on friction. And so I would simply point out that the elimination of friction from life, which has been a design goal of these internet platforms, in fact runs contrary, I think, to what common sense tells you is the best way to approach the problems.
So that's
that
a much
they're
more
solving.
systemic critique than anything we've said thus far.
Well, then I'm glad I'm here.
Well, it applies to far more companies than just Facebook, clearly.
Well, no, and I would argue that Facebook, Google, Amazon are really good places to start. Facebook and Google because of the information thing, and Amazon for other reasons. But yeah, I think if we start there, if we could do something about those three, that will buy us time to create alternative visions.
Well, you know, I can give you what passes for prescription from my vantage point, but I would only push back a bit on that to say, and I've got a hold right on Google, but I perceive as an outsider, and by the way, keep in mind, as a securities analyst, I can't know things that are happening on the inside. We are not allowed to, and I stay away from asking people who I've known who work there, how's things, how's this, how's that. So the only things that I can really respond to are what their customers say, and their customers are not consumers, remember, they're advertisers, and what their suppliers say, but I can't go into the company. I observe that Google seems to be more buttoned down. If they know that if there are ads sponsoring beheadings, I'm guessing they know about it, but they're not taking those ads down for a reason. And I think DMCA is usually the reason, or was the reason. But I get the sense, and I may be wrong in this, that they're just more buttoned down on all these little things, what I call the sloppiness of Facebook. Facebook is sloppy. I see it frequently. So from that point, and I try not to advocate, for lack of a better word. I try to just observe. I could say that if they did certain things, would they have positive or negative effects? So if they did something like get rid of internet basics, it would be unfortunate for internet access in many countries. But if you argue the first rule of thumb is do no harm, maybe that's the right answer. You take WhatsApp. If they jettison WhatsApp today, there'd be no difference in the revenue or cost structure of the business. I'm not saying they should do it.
Because there's really no revenue coming from it at the
Maybe in
moment.
Brazil there is some, which, by the way, Brazil being such an important market for Facebook might be why they haven't done anything. But as far as we know, there's no tangible revenue. That's not to say it's not important strategically.
But sometimes they've actually done that just during an election season, by the way, just reduce the rebroadcasting of
But the other thing is that if they were to start by saying that AI will not solve their problems, there's a basic concept of know your customer that exists in my business and many other people's business. How on earth is it that they think they can not know who their customers are? Remember, advertisers. There's no way a TV station would have sold ads in rubles to Russian operatives because they have to know their customer. Automating that process is a problem.
So that's another example of sloppiness, the degree to which they've automated their interaction with their advertising.
And everything. Too much automation and dependence on automation.
Which they're proud of, in fact. I want to hear from the audience questions and comments. Can we get the house lights up? And oh, well, there's a very fast hand. Okay, let's get this person here. And please get, okay, then we'll go over here. Yes, okay, good lights. Okay, please.
Yeah, my name is Swami Kochalakota, CIO for S&P Global. Great conversation. I have two questions. We talked about India and Sri Lanka and other countries. What is this role of fake news in China? That's question number one. And number two, what do you see as a role of the government and regulation to solve this issue?
Right, that's a great thing we were in need of getting to. China, anybody have any insight on that?
It's not relevant to Facebook. I mean,
yeah, Facebook's not really functioning there.
They take $5 to $7 billion of advertising dollars out of China that go into other countries, by the way. But that's another story.
The thing in China is that the government essentially runs the communication systems. So, the fake news that's there would be as chosen by the government.
Yeah. I can just say one thing I thought about here when it comes to fake news. I think what people need to look for is actually emotional exploitation. So how much of what is, for example, I'm always aware of, like, when I watch news videos, there's dramatized music in the background. The whole purpose of this dramatized music is to actually emotionally exploit you, is to drive certain type of fear or hope or whatever that is, to allow the message to get, we call it engagement, but it's in reality manipulation, because you want the person to be at a certain emotional state for them to just take whatever you tell them. And I feel like a lot of times we focus on what is fake news. So I don't know the fake news state in China, but it's not hard for me to guess that the same tools of emotional manipulation are being, because it is already in the business model. I know that's why it's not a coincidence that Trump won the elections and Obama won the elections and Hillary Clinton, she could have won, but it's also, it does make sense that she lost the elections. It's just this idea that the best way to move forward is to know how to emotionally exploit people and strip them out of their agency to decide based on the facts. And then when you, and I think this is actually a great problem right now, because people who are like us should be fighting that on their camp before on the other camp. Like I look at a lot of politicians in the left represented around the world, and they're just as much as emotional exploiters as the others. Their message is of a different essence. It's a better message. Like, it actually gets us in a better place, but they're training people to be emotionally exploited. So in that sense, I'm hopeful, because I think people are discovering and understanding that more and more, and they will build some sort of mechanism to defend themselves from that. But at the same time, I wouldn't look at it as like China is doing better than us. I'm not sure.
Yeah, we're running a massive evolutionary experiment. Yeah. And the question is, can humanity adapt well enough, quickly enough, to protect the institutions that are there to support the less well-advantaged?
So I have a brief question from the academic side, because also geopolitically, Sri Lanka is under the shadow of China, as well as are many other countries, including in the African subcontinent. And the Chinese model, according to academic, is the 3 Fs: fear, friction, and flooding. Fear is when you are fearful, self-censorship around what could happen to you based on the consequences of something that happened to somebody else that you know or had heard about that are very violent. So you tone down your content output as well. Friction is making it hard to get onto critical sites. I think there's statistical data and analysis that suggests that just a small amount of time spent more on getting to sites actually reduces the interaction with those sites quite dramatically. And flooding is when you kind of flood the conversational domain with whatever that you want to flood, cute kittens, for example, that take away public attention from the more critical issues. So in combination, that's actually a very effective digital propaganda model that kind of controls. So there's an interesting, maybe a monopoly or a duopoly or maybe a tightly controlled fake news market, I believe, from the stuff that I've read in China, which is atypical, but also, I suppose, extraneous to what we've been talking about on this panel.
Okay, we shouldn't let this government question go, although I want to hear from other people, but is there anyone up here who doesn't think that there's a strong likelihood that government is going to start regulating Facebook in particular and internet companies generally more stringently in many, many countries? Does anyone disagree with that? I mean, I think that's just happening because of the things we're talking about here.
The question is how meaningful it is, right? So if you end up with laws that say you can no longer target fewer than 10,000 people, for example, with an ad, with a message, that's huge.
Is that a possibility?
I've heard it floated in the UK in a political advertising context. You couldn't do that in the United States.
Political advertising.
Yeah, but I mean, just think about that. Like, if small business is really driving most of the spending growth, imagine for all addressable advertising. That would be pretty impactful if something like that came to light. Custom audiences as an example of a product that is, my guess, a third of their advertising is in some way dependent on custom audiences. There is no way that most advertisers have appropriate consent to use that product. But imagine if that...
Because the data is coming from outside Facebook as well as inside?
Exactly. It's outside. It's matching outside data with inside. So restrictions like that would be more meaningful than GDPR in its the European Data Protection Law. In its original intention, if that is how the law plays out, will probably be damaging, but it might also be damaging to everybody. And the least bad alternative wins, so they could be the least bad alternative still.
David, very quickly, I mean, I have a concern around government regulation from my context. I mean, I know that's a Damoclean sword that is hanging on the companies in the domestic context here, but in a illiberal context where rights aren't taken and sacrosanct and taken for granted, I think what you have is turnkey legislation, where governments would say that they're bringing this in to kind of bring and hold social media companies to account, but overnight they suddenly turn into beasts and monstrosities that clamp down on dissent and democratic dissent.
I agree with that, but they are doing that regardless. Like in Egypt right now, there are laws that would put you in jail for writing a post if you happen to have more than 5,000 followers and you insult the judiciary. One of my friends has disappeared 45 days ago, and we never know where is he now, and there's a good chance that he was killed. And he was an activist that writes online. So I think I actually would rather have governments regulate in the West and figure out what's the best way to regulate that, because at the end of the day, the absence of checks and balances made the interests completely misaligned. As a company, I make a huge amount of money by milking the cow, and you are the cow in this case, and you're just going to eventually become an addicted person that loses a lot of your well-being, and I think that needs to happen. The one thing, however, I think is very critical for regulations, like having certain angles. Like one angle I think about is transparency. One is like, especially when it comes to personalized chat platforms like WhatsApp, the society owe these companies to know exactly what kind of links are being distributed in these networks without exposing people, but it's just saying that these are the links. Because right now, a lot of us are blind because of personalization. Your feed is different than mine. Our perceptions of realities are not aligned, and there need to be a collective way to do that. That's one thing. The other thing is, which is an idea I was thinking about, just like, why does the CIA disclose cases after 20 years? It's to create checks and balances for the CIA executives. And why isn't it that we are, I know these companies argue a lot about IP. A lot of their A/B tests are pretty important for the public to know. Like if I'm doing certain A/B tests that have like, when Facebook did one mistake of running the emotional experiment and made it public, we were all like furious, and a lot of people, but that happens every day. This is actually their everyday business. They're just not running it as studies. They're optimizing for growth. And the public should know, maybe you should know after 1 year or 2 years or 3 years, but we should eventually get exposure to all that code or these experiments, all that data, and the public should be in a position of judging them. And that will create the right checks and balances.
Okay, we're going to have to wrap fairly soon, but I did say I'd get to you, so quickly, and then we'll go to one or two. Maybe we'll go to we may go to a few questions and then all at once, and then wrap up. Go ahead.
Strat Sherman. I'd like to bring this down to a level of simplicity. I think the first point made by Roger is absolutely correct, that the big fix here is to replace a surveillance advertising business model with one in which users pay for the service that Facebook and Google and Twitter and others are providing. Do that and you eliminate most of the incentives for most of what's gone wrong. The second point, which I haven't heard any mention of at all though, is that in the case of Facebook, the entire company is in the hands of one person, Mark Zuckerberg, who is not answerable to a board of directors because he personally and individually controls the board of directors, which means that he has the autonomous power by himself to fix the problem. He could do that in a moment, and there would be a blizzard of shareholder lawsuits, no doubt, but as one of the world's richest men, he could afford them. Similarly, Google. Larry and Sergey are in exactly the same position vis-a-vis the Google board of directors. They control it. They have autonomous power.
We don't really have time to talk about the board. Unfortunately, we really do have to wrap, but I would like to invite any one of the four of you to make any comments that you didn't get a chance to make that you want to conclude with, because, I mean, this is a conversation that has to continue. I really do strongly wish that the company would engage with people like us and the many other critics they have. There are so many. It's almost uncountable. But there's a lot of goodwill to help them if they would just engage in dialogue.
I would only say this. I don't actually consider them as not engaging with me any differently pre-post self, for whatever that's worth. But again, that's more of a reference of how they're dealing with investor relations. Yeah. They're far better than Google, who I think just hates all analysts.
Well, I do want to thank all four of you. Thank you for traveling so far, Sanjana. Thank you for a great discussion. And thank you so much. And we'll end the conference momentarily. Thank you so much. Thanks, Roger. Well, that concludes 2 pretty great days. Josh is going to join me on stage. I think it was a surprisingly nuanced, multifaceted conversation on a lot of great topics that really do matter, so thank you.
Yeah, so I think, again, as you guys have met a lot of our team, really, we talked about the partners, but it is the team here, and some of you have met, Audra, Caitlin, of course, Kirsten, who really helped put together the last couple of days for us.
Kirsten Cluthy, our program director, did amazing work.
Jeff in the back over there, and Mary Kahn, who spent most of her time in the green room with the speakers. But we really appreciate the team support, the community support, all of our partner support. like we said, we don't want to kick everyone out. You're welcome to stay and continue the conversation. But thank you again. We'll see you in New York, May 14th and 15th. You'll be getting emails from us with all the content, and you'll all be stars in Alex Iono's next big video. So, so we'll keep you posted when we publish that. But thank you again.
Thank you all.